All right. Yeah, we was getting, I guess, a little too precise with what we were saying, so they precisely cut it out, with precision, right? But we ain't done yet. All right. Um, so let's kick off with this. To start off, the defeat of Amalekites. They defeated them by a sign, right? As long as Moses held up his hands, Israel or the people prevailed. But when he lowered them, Amalek prevailed as well, right? When Moses' hands grew heavy, they took a stone and put it under him. The banner is now being placed on a mountain. And he sat on it. Then Aaron and Hur held his hands up, one on each side, so that his hands remained steady until the sun went down. Now, there is also another sign now that Moses is now took in the place of the Father. And now we got the two witnesses on the side of him, which is also "and behold" in Hebrew. Moses is acting like the Father, and Aaron and Hur, which there's probably something to that name, because it has to be. Because look, this will be Moses, and this will be the one person on one side and the other person on the other side, holding up the banner, just as those two make up the name of Yah. Now, what is funny here is this: there is 3 people involved. So this right here will be Moses. One of those holding their hand over here will be Aaron, and another over here will be Hur. So this right here will be Moses. You have that all right here in your face. Aaron, and another over here. Jazz is here. Here will be Moses. You have that all right here in your face. And another over here. You doing, Jazz? How you doing? You mute the mic or something like that, or not mic, but I can hear the back. I can hear the what is it called? The feedback. But salute to you, Jazz. How you doing, man?
I'm doing fine, King. I'm doing fine, King.
Yeah, that's good. All right, so just mute. Well, if you can put mute on, probably on the live. Not
Yes,
on your mic, you can put the mute on the live. Yeah, that way you can. Because
yes,
you're on the broadcast.
Yes, I muted it already.
All right. Is this making sense to you, Jazz?
It's making absolutely plain sense, King.
It's powerful, and it's all. Look, we're
Very
in
powerful.
the scriptures, and we're looking at every single aspect that took place with Moses, and we're now starting to see that this bad boy is fitting with scripture. When Moses' hand grew heavy, they took a stone, put it under him, and he sat on it. Then Aaron, here's the 3 right here. Here's Aaron, here's Hur, held his hands up. So Aaron and Hur and Moses are representative of the Father's name.
Wow.
So you have Moses, who is literally the standby. And then you have Hur and Aaron. Now watch this. Moses now comes into the place of the Father. Aaron comes to place as one of the branches, and Hur comes into place as one of the other branch on the side. Now you have Zechariah chapter 4. Who are these? And the golden oil pours out of them, one on each side, so that his hands, so that the name of Yah becomes what? Safety, salvation, so that his hands remain steady until the sun went down. It just told us something. That banner has to hold up strong until darkness comes.
Wow. Amazing.
From the going, so it's from the rising of the sun to the going down of the same, his name is to be praised. That's what their hands represents. It represents his name. The Father is showing forth his name through Moses, Aaron, and Hur. Now, to show forth that this is going on, all this information that we have going on, we have an Aaron, we have a Hur, we have a Moses. Now, behold, right here, boom. This is three people. This represents the Father, this represents one of the sons, this represents the other son. But they all make up his name. This is exactly what Moses, Aaron, and Hur are representing.
Mm.
It's powerful. Behold the hand. No hand, behold the nail, behold. Behold the nail, behold the hand. This is Moses. This will be representative either of Aaron, and this will be representative of Hur. But this will be the Father. And then you have one on the side, and you have one on the other side. You have Aaron over here, you have Hur over here. And they're holding up Moses' hand, who is representative of the Father. So now you have the Father, then you have one of the sons, then you have the other sons. Both of them begotten, they come from him. And they hold up his name, meaning they come in the Father's name. It's all right there. It's all, look, and there it is right here. Look, this right here is it. It's powerful. Here's one son, here's the other son, here's Moses, or here's his father. Here's the father, one son, here's the other son. Here's Moses, here's Aaron, here's Hur. Powerful. Powerful. And they make up the name of the Father together. So without these two, you would just have this and this. But what about this? What about that? The name would be incomplete. One would be representative of the donkey. The other one got to be representative of the colt. But the Father is with them. The Son is not alone, and this Son is not alone. I begat him, and I begat him. That's what it's saying right there. The Father speaks the word. The Father gave forth to the Holy Spirit. It's all right there. Whew, man, it's a lot. But it's just right there in the context, right? So we done set that up. We in the land of the free. We're actually in the land of the slave. Home of the slave. Land of the thieves. Home of the slave. Land of the thieves. Home of the slaves. The one that stole us. It's in their name. Land of the thieves. Home of the slaves. So now, we saw his native Switzerland imposing first one lockdown, then another, and finally introducing, we're gonna say V Nation certificates. Ramondi decided he had had enough. Now he leads Mass Vol, one of Europe's largest youth-oriented anti-V Nation passport groups, because he has chosen not to get to be a part of the V Nation. Student and part-time supermarket cashier, Ramondi is for now at least locked out of much of public life. Without a V Nation certificate, he can no longer complete his degree or work in a grocery store. He is barred, banned, stopped, excluded, kicked out from eating in restaurants, attending concerts, or going to the gym. People without a certificate like me, we're not a part of society anymore. You will not be able to buy, sell, or trade without having or joining the V Nation. He said, something has changed. Look, what's this? He said society anymore, meaning what was previous is no longer the same. It's not going back the way it was. Because we already started that if those days were not cut short, if these days are not cut short, they're not planning to have any flesh saved upon the earth. Natural selection is kicked in. He said, we're excluded. And if they're excluded, that means they're moving you to a certain part of the area where they can start coming in and start to persecute you, to kill you. We're excluded. We're like less valuable humans, less valuable. Have no value to you. We have no need for you. As the pandemic has moved into its third year, did anyone know that this thing was going on for 3 years?
Wow.
It's powerful, right? You in the midst of the tribulation and have no idea it's been going on for 3 years. You are in the midst of the tribulation right now and don't know it's been going on for 3 years. And then we got the sun now that's being created by China. And it says at the end of the tribulation, that sun is going to go kapooey. And that lets you know, boom, that marks the end of the tribulation. The Father has literally planned signs from the beginning of this to the end of this. You'll know it's the end when that sun goes kapow. You want to definitely make sure that you in. So if you want the people fighting against what's going on right now, guess what? You're already being hauled away into deception. It says the beast cannot come without first a great falling away.
Falling away.
And many people have already fallen. We were born in a fall away state. If we going up calling the Messiah Jesus, if that's not his name, then we've already fallen away. The church always teaches like in the last days they're going to fall away. No, dang on it. We was already falling away. We was falling away when we was brought to your shores. How are we going to say we in the truth when we don't have the real name? We calling on a substitute name of what he really is. And it's not even a substitute name because you can't substitute that name. The name is either the name or it's not. But a substitute should be something identical as what it is. Jesus is not identical to Isa in any shape, form, or fashion. It's a bad translation. So definitely it would not be a substitute. It would not be anything close to it at all. It would just simply just be wrong. A substitute is something just like it. I'm going to send you another standby. I'm going to send you a substitute. I'm going to send you one who's in my place. The name Jesus cannot even hold a candle to the real name. So it cannot be a substitute. It's not an alternate. So people without a certificate like me, we're not a part of society anymore. We're not a part of society anymore. He said, we're excluded. We're like less valuable humans. As the pandemic has moved into its third year and a Omicron variant has sparked a new wave of cases, governments around the world are still grappling with the challenge of bringing the virus under control. Who's the virus? We are. Look what they said. How is the police or the governments gonna bring something you can't see under control? The government is trying to bring you and me under control. You have to understand, the higher ups see us as the virus. And they let us know that when they went to our land, it said Ebola virus. When they added our name to a virus, it lets you know that we are the virus. Ebola, Eboland, Ebola virus. Eboland is the virus. Black people is the virus. You look at the thing with Bill Gates in the front of that vaccine is a black girl. You are the target. Everyone else come along suit with it, but you're the target. You're the target. With the challenge of bringing Ebola or the virus or those who don't want to be in the V Nation under control. V Nations, one of the most powerful weapons, look at this, one of the most powerful weapons in their armories have available for a year, but a small vocal minority of people such as Ramodi will not take them. Look at this, say it again. Vaccines or V Nations, one of the most powerful weapons. We're not using bullets. We're not using any other kind of armor. We're not using anything that calls for soldiers to be brought in. We're using these as a weapon against this virus. Which is the same thing as Bill Gates said, we're going to do depopulation through forced inoculations. It's happening. Forced vaccinations. We're going to do depopulation. And look what they said. They're telling you, these, one of the most powerful weapon in their armories. That means that this V is packing some armor. Meaning what? Once you put it in your system, it is armed against anything you will use against it to get it out your system. Once it's in you, it's in you. You can do racemos, black seed oil, everything you want to try to take. It's not designed to come out of you. You've already made your choice, and your choice has landed you to the grave. It's going to kill you. Wow. Once you made your choice have been set for life. You're not coming out of this. You now, watch this. If you have taken the vaccine, you belong to Satan. Now, how can the two walk together unless they be agreed? How can you stay unequally yoked? One person going one way, the other person going the other way. How y'all still together? If your brother was to take this vaccine, that ain't your brother no more. So when the spirit of truth is, I didn't come to bring peace, I come to bring a division. I'm dividing over what people think is what. But that's your blood brother, not no more. His blood is different. There ain't no more flesh in him. When he dies, we're going to two different places. He's going to hell, I'm going another place.
Wow.
Because he has taken this thing that literally takes him away from the creator and his creation. So at the time, when your people, your mother take this, that's my mom, I don't know my mom, I don't know her. She has made herself an enemy of Yah. So she's made herself an enemy of Yah. It says friendship with the world is what? Make yourself what? An enemy of Yah. Do you want to take friendship with the world because this is what the world has said to be or what you have thought it to be now? I'm gonna make friends with my enemies. Or do you say like, look, you're on your own, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you made enemies with the Father, you know what I'm saying? So is there anyone hands right here long enough to fight with the Father? Anybody, y'all hands?
No one.
Well, but your hands is strong enough to fight with the Father? Your hands strong enough? So if your mom, who birthed you in the world, gets this vaccination, she has made herself an enemy of the Father. Do you still stick with your mom because that's your mother? But this is what the word is saying. It is said that you have been armored with this V. Once it gets in you, you cannot get it out of you. That means you have made a decision, a lifelong decision that's going to carry you into eternity. What you have made a decision here and the problems you're going to be experiencing, the Father says there is no peace for the wicked. Every single person who's received this have regretted it in some kind of shape, form, or fashion. If they're having problems, their pride will not let them know or not let the people know that they're having problems. Or it's just taking a little bit more time for the armor to break down their defense.
Mm.
It took 200 years for them to actually break ours down. 200 years.
Mm.
But they did break it down because the Father gave us over. So they've been available for a year. He just called this V Nation a powerful weapon. Most people thinking it's a powerful weapon against COVID, but it's a powerful weapon against the virus, against us. But guess what? The virus won't take it. That's what he just said.
Wow.
Grabbing it with the challenge of bringing the virus under control. These, one of the most powerful weapons against what? The virus. Weapons in their armories have been available for a year, but a small vocal minority, which represents the virus of people such as Ramodi, will not take them. They just told you the truth, how they see you. Number one, you're a virus. We done made this V Nation to actually kill you, wipe you out. But you have to take it. How we doing? We doing all right?
Mm.
No, you like, They
Just
over here the
stunned,
same
King.
way. Their face is the same way over here. Their faces is the same way, just like yours.
Just stunned.
We ain't even touched the rest of it. We just only just looked at that little small portion right there and told you how they see you, period. They just said right here, this is what's going on. You are the virus that we want to bring under control. And we have made these V's to destroy the virus, which is you. But guess what? You have to take it, but you have to make a choice to do it. But it says will not take them. So what? We have to move into something else, maybe forced. So how are we going to force you? We're going to have to come up restrict you. So now they didn't, watch this. This is a report. We've been a year into this thing going on, and this is our report. That's what this is. It's a report card. They're like, how we want y'all to give us a report on how things is going and put it in the news as a news page. I mean, because it goes into a long, extensive review of what's been going on. As we go on, you're going to start to see the problem between those who are who don't want to join the V Nation versus those who have joined the V Nation. We see now that this V Nation is being put into the virus. Once it's put into the virus, they're going to dispatch what? Their army. Dispatch this weapon with this armories into certain areas of the body that is probably very pivotal to a person's living. So they're going to put them, they're going to situate those, once the V is inside of you, they put their armor or put their weapon right there at the very vital points of your body. And then from there, they begin to start to launch their weapons against you that you have no armor against. And he says, this weapon has been available for a year, but the minority, only a small portion of them have taken them. The rest will not take them. So he's reporting. That's next one. Look, news report. News report what's going on. It's powerful in it. It's crazy, but it's so simple.
Wow.
News report. Report to the higher ups what's going on in the news today in Europe. This is what's going on, blah, blah, blah. And make it a summary. Because we got a couple people to get to. Faced with lingering pockets of V Nation hesitancy or outright refusal, many nations are imposing ever stricter rules and restrictions on, watch this, the people, or people who would choose not to join the V Nation. Now, this right here, many people think this is news reporting. It's not. This is literally a whole message from the higher ups. Due to the news that was given to them about what we said earlier, now the higher ups just said, watch this, write this in your news report as our response. Faced with lingering pockets of V people joining the V Nations because of their hesitancy or outright refusal, the nations are to impose ever stricter rules and restrictions on V people or UV people, effectively making their lives more difficult in an effort to convince them to get their, to join the V Nation.
Wow.
That was literally not the news, but that was literally the higher ups giving the people what to do next. Well, we have our orders. We have to make everything stricter. See how that just fit in?
Amazing, King.
Makes sense, don't it? A whole bunch of sense. Next, in doing so, they are testing the boundary between public health and civil liberties and heightening tensions between those who are vaccinated and those who are not. Nicholas Rimoldi, at a protest this year, he says his movement, which campaigns against V passports, is not anti-V, and that people who have been V attended demonstrations. We will not allow a tiny, watch this, we will not allow a tiny minority of unhinged extremists to impose its will on our entire society. Who is that speaking? Is that the news or is that the higher ups? That's the higher ups.
Yep.
They have given you the answer. They told you like they're going to do it one way or another. This is powerful.
It's very powerful, King.
Germany's new chancellor, Olaf Scholz, said last month, targeting the violent fringes of the anti-V movement. So Olaf Scholz is speaking exactly what the higher-ups has told him to say. They did his briefing for him. They wrote it out for him. This is what you are to give them. V passports have been in place for months to gain entry to hospitality. Meaning what? So what's the opposite of hospitality? You got to serve yourself, right? That means there's no more social services. We're trying to exclude you and put you into your housing where we know where to find you. They're cornering you like rats. They're cornering you like mouses. They're cornering you. They're putting you in a corner so we know where to grab you up at. Venues in much of the European nation, but as Delta and Omicron infections, they just told you what they are. Delta and Omicron, the weapons that they've given is definitely infections. They have released an infection on the whole entire world. And then give you, watch this. It's like they put out a harmful gas to destroy the population. And the same ones who put out this harmful gas is the same ones who's now offering salvation. If they put out a harmful gas to you, why in the world would the same ones who put it out want to save you? It's like them flushing out society. The ones they want to kill, flush them towards them while promising them salvation when the only end is your demise. So the same ones who put out the gas is the same one who has came up with the solution. Either we're going to kill you by gas or kill you by the solution. Because the gas was only used to move you towards our solution. That's exactly what Bill Gates had on this thing. Depopulation through forced vaccinations. The zero carbon solution. This is their last stand. Their last stand. Right when you think they have forgotten or trying to let you live, it's the same ones who's coming at you right now with everything that they got. Who's the first one in line to receive this forced vaccination? None other than a black person. And the baby is not happy. They're crying. And it's to tell you no, that this vaccination is not a vaccination at all. It is an infection. Look at the hands. The same hands that's administering your medicine is the same ones who was infected. They're the same ones who are infecting you. So the black, then the white, you see Mexican, you see Asians, all here, and then you got the adults on the other line. So the first one they're targeting is the kids. Meaning what? To make them probably sterile. While the adults are just going to be killed. Natural selection. Then he's called, watch this, Billy the Kid Killer Gates. Kid Killer. That is his name. Kid Killer. It's at the bottom right here. We got to find it. Kid Killer Gates. Children killer. So how in the world he gonna produce something that is going to be beneficial for anyone when his whole objective is to kill your kids? Billy, the Kid Killer Gates. And he got a smile on his face. And he know that's his nickname. That's not a name that they dubbed him. That is his nickname. That is a name that he, like how they call that, man, you know, my name is Gerald, man, but my family call me Jazz. That's his name. This was no pun.
Wow.
This was to let you know exactly. The enemy comes to steal, kill, and destroy. Billy, the Kid Killer Gates. And the gates of hell would not
Wow.
Meaning the whole vaccination, this whole instigation is coming from none other than Billy the Kid Killer Gates. This is his plan. This is his solution. The zero carbon solution. Depopulate through forced vaccination. the zero carbon solution. Guess when this takes place? 2011. You can find what? They will begin to start to put this into practice in 2011. They came up with this solution and knows where it's put at, into the Sovereign Independent, which is a newspaper reporting the news. The news is news orchestrated from the higher ups, telling you what they're going to do to you. We see some of it as, oh, it's false. It's not this. No, it's not false. You just don't know how to read it. So since you know how to read it, you understand what they're saying. But if you go back to some of the false pages you said, we can go up there and look at it right now. You'd be like, and we start breaking this thing down. You'd be like, oh my goodness, they was telling us they was going to. You're looking at it from the standpoint of what you want to see. The newspaper is not for you. It's a logging, a report from every state reporting that they're on board with the higher ups. We show you that we was on higher up, that we was with you. Why? Because we reported in the news on this. We reported what you told us to report right there in the paper. We got it right there. The zero carbon solution. What are we made of? What are we called? They call us melanin, but it's another thing. It's called it carbon. Notice there's been a lot of stuff coming out on Netflix talking about carbon copy.
Yes. The Sci-Fi Channel.
Yeah. Thou shalt have no other deliverers before me. Now, most people don't understand what that means. That means that the Father's going to send you a deliverer, and you are to put your trust in that deliverer. When the Father sent the prophets, he said, put your trust in the prophets. Whenever the Father puts something, whenever the Father sends someone as his substitute or as him, you are to put your trust in that person, because the Father is with that person. And if you put your trust in that person that he has sent to you, then it's the same thing as putting your trust in him. Trust in him for deliverance. Or you can trust the solution that they're coming up with that's coming from man and it's going to kill you. Just saying. That's what he's saying the whole entire time. So when the enemy comes in with a solution, the Father's going to lift up a banner against him, which is the standard. The standard, watch this. Watch this is powerful. The standard is the banner. The banner is the standard. Now, if you go into a restaurant and they say, look, the standard we have here is no one not to have their shirts outside their pants. Is anything acceptable other than the standard? It's powerful, isn't it? You see how we just cut out a lot of people just with that? We just cut them. If the standard is that your pants or your shirt must be tucked in your pants, anything outside of that is what? Is it reprimanded? Is it accepted? Is it we just gonna let you slide with that? Is it seen as an authority, or is it to be come against? You're gonna be reminded of the standard again. Your shirt is supposed to be in your pants. I don't know how many times we got to tell you this, but if we tell you this again, we have to let you go. Right? Now watch this. Now, if the standard for the Father to listen to the people is this person, then anyone else outside this person is not the standard. The Father has no regards to what they're saying. Make sense?
Makes sense. Can make entire sense.
Because it just said that when the enemy comes in, the Father will lift up a banner, a standard against him. So anything outside of this standard, the Father has no ears for. Just as the people has closed their ears and closed their eyes and said, we don't want to see this, then the Father says, I don't hear your prayers. I don't hear your cries. Because when I sent you my deliverer, you don't want to hear him. So when your time of trouble come, I won't hear you. I won't see you. because you resisted the standard. You have to, all right, so for certain different things, even in society, to get the help you need, you have to reach or meet a certain requirement, right?
Right.
And if you don't meet that certain criteria or requirement, do they even hear you? But we expect the Father to overlook those when we've been trained to actually adhere to requirements. I know people don't want to have this conversation right now. We just want to have this talk, right? It's filled with the hesitancy. They really can't fight it, but it's like, I don't even know why I'm here. I don't even know why I'm here, but it's good though. This is real good. I just want to keep going with this flow right here. So even with, let's take it to college. It's certain credits you have to have before you even can go to the next level in your degree, right?
Right.
If you don't have those certain requirements, just because you want to go, don't mean you can go, right? You might have a desire to go to college, but if you don't meet certain requirements, you can't go. Like some people don't have a GED or diploma. It's kind of hard to go to college if you ain't got that though. But guess what? It's in your heart to go though. It's in your heart. The heart is desperately wicked, and who can know it? The heart wants to go, but don't mean you meet the requirements. Everyone's called, but few are chosen, right? It's a lot of people that put in their application for school all the time. Is all of them get the chance to go? Or is it just the ones who was chosen? How we doing? We doing all right?
We're all right, King. We're all right. Wow.
It makes sense, right? We just using just basic things that we all come from. What about your car? You want to drive it, but if you go through emissions and you don't fail, and you fail emissions, can you still drive your car around?
Oh no.
What if you caught driving your car and you failed emissions? What happens to you?
Penalized, impoundment.
You get penalized in the impoundment of your car, right?
Right.
So Father says, when the enemy comes in, I has placed, watch this, salvation in one only name. Anything outside of that name does not meet the requirement. That's powerful. It's powerful.
Very powerful, King.
When the enemy comes in like a flood, the Father will lift up a standard against him. He will lift up salvation against him, because the enemy comes to do what?
Steal, kill, and destroy.
Kill and destroy. So when if the enemy's coming in, he's coming in for what? He's coming in to shake everybody's hand. How y'all doing today? You know what? Everybody got some freebies. I got some snacks over there. I know you want some chicken. I got some barbecue chicken for you over there. You over there, I got some mashed potatoes. Woo! We ain't serving pig today, okay? Because I know I know who I'm in the midst of, right? So I'm in with the Hebrew nation, the Bantu nation, whatever you want to call your name. I just love what y'all do with yourself. I just love it. I've been chasing y'all for years. I've come to break bread with you. Is that how he comes? Does he come where, hey, I want everybody to be comfortable. Sit, just enjoy yourself. I've come to bring comfort to you. If he's coming to bring destructions, one other person got to come to bring comfort in the midst of the destruction. It's balance. You just can't have all bad. It's got to be bad, and you got some good right there. You got to have the truth. Right? I'm just asking questions. So I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions. When the enemy comes in like a flood, the Father will lift up a standby, the Holy Spirit, against him. He will lift up salvation against him. Because the enemy's coming to steal, kill, and destroy. So the Father will lift up life against him. So you have to choose death or choose life. Because the enemy represents death. So when the enemy comes in with death, I will lift up a standard that will bring forth life against him. How we doing? We make sense now?
Wow, King. Blow it. Blow it.
Okay.
Mm.
I assume we was on the same page. That's all. Every now and then you got to just check, see. The pages are in alignment. So if mama, daddy, brother, cousin, husband, wife, auntie, uncle takes this thing that actually brings forth death, the father says, I'm a Yah of the living, not the dead. So if the father says, I'm not the Yah of the dead, but of the living, then that means the father has just cut off your family member. Then the Messiah say, let the dead bury their dead.
Yes, he did. The dead bury the dead.
Okay. Was that people already dead, or was they still living?
King, they were dead 10 times over.
They were dead while they were still living. So a lot of people are living with this V nation, but they're already dead. Now you understand, watch this. The zombies, are they dead or are they living?
They're dead.
They're dead, but they're living. The living dead. Zombies are the living dead. We think the person has to die in order for them to be a zombie. They are literally living, but they're dead at the same time while they're living. So the ones who are literally in it, and it's been speaking of this apocalypse, is like the zombie apocalypse. Meaning what? In the end days, we're going to turn people into zombies even though they're living.
Wow.
What do zombies feed on?
Flesh. Living flesh.
Cannibalism. A wicked and perverse generation seeking for a sign where they will allow cannibalism, will be seeking for a sign for salvation. But not a special sign will be given to them. They'll be looking for all these miracles to be taking place when it's not even given to you to do that. It says that the Father will lift up a banner against him. Now, this banner includes to being the salvation with the Father, because the Messiah said, if I be lifted up, what does it say? Father shall lift up. If I be lifted up, shall lift up a banner, a standard against him. If I be lifted up from the earth, will bring salvation to all my people are scattered into all the four corners of the earth. Period. It's as simple as that.
Simple.
Just as Moses, all he had to do was lift up the banner, lift up the Father's name, which is representative of Aaron, representative of her, representative of the Father right there in the middle. When his name is lifted up. So watch this, because Lucifer's name is being lifted up through the Vax, through the V Nation. Inside the V Nation is Luciferus, his name. So the Father has to exalt his name. I'm about to run right now. I'm just about to just go run. My mind just got blown on that revelation myself. Just
right.
Isn't it, man, man, forget this. We're going to give praise to Father. Just honor him right now. Just give praise to
Yes, we are,
him.
King.
Lift
Yes,
your
we
hands and just begin to just worship him for what he is doing right now. I mean, we always telling him, give me this, give me that. Just give me. But it's time to worship. The Father is seeking for those who will what? Worship him. Period. That's what he's looking for. Worshipers. Christianity has always taught us hand out. But have you ever just worship him just because He's worthy. I don't need nothing. I just wanted, to step in and say, thank you. Most of the time we don't ever see the Father only when we have a problem. I'm having a problem right now paying my bills. Could you please help? He's like, what have you done for me lately, buddy? And he has every right to. People just expect, oh, you just supposed to help me because I'm yo. No, you don't. Number one, if you're disobedient, I ain't gotta listen. Have we ever just said, I want to just worship you just because? I don't need nothing. If you never do anything for me in my life again, you're still worthy. You want to make it out of this? This is how you do it. With their hands raised is a sign of worship as well as obedience. Because worship is obedience. The Father's looking for those who will worship him in spirit and truth. He's looking for those who will be obedient to the truth. If you listen to his voice and listen to everything that I say, because out of his belly is going to flow rivers of living water into everlasting life. Rivers of water. The words going to come out of his mouth and it's going to bring refreshment to those in the desert. He's talking about his word. The word is involved in it. So the word is, I'm going to pour water upon him who is thirsty. So I thirst. The jackal's going to praise me. All creation is groaning for the sons to bring forth the word, to bring forth the water to the desolate places. The waters can't come until we speak to the desolate places. We have to get over there, like I said, the Juphore, with our oil and with our wine, and speak life back into Juphore. Speak life back into Gory Island. Speak life back into Nigeria. But show up there with the oil and the wine, the literal anointing oil, the literal wine, where the hurt of our people happened at. And once the land says, I can't do nothing here, I'm hurt, I need to be atoned for. I want to do something, but I can't. I lost my children here. Can you give me something for the pain? Yes, call forth my witness. And they're just groaning. Oh, bring them forth, Father, so we can grow. Bring them forth, Father, so we can heal. All creation, all creation. It says some of creation, it says all of creation. That's the animals. They preaching for where he at? Where's the Son of Man at? Where's he at? I'm tired of hurting over here. You know what? I done had my last rabbit for the day. I'm tired of eating y'all. Just tired of eating y'all. The only menu I have is meat. I'm tired of eating. Just tired of just, but if I don't eat the blood, then it's a tired cycle right here. I'm just tired of this. I'm tired of being at war with you. But you look good right now. If you don't get my present, I might eat you. They tired too. The weather's tired of just killing people with, and a tsunami came up and just took people. I just got to keep doing this. He said for me to go ahead and kill some people today. So I was like, you was it. Until what was atoned for in the ocean, I can't rest. Well, you know what? Imagine all the blood I done gulped up of my own people. I was giving my own children to eat. how I'm so out of touch. Volcanoes erupting because they pissed off too. All creation is groaning to the Father for salvation. They want to see this new covenant. Bring him forth, Yah. Bring him forth. Then I come forth and I'm ignorant as I don't know what. Here come the Creator telling me the beginning to the end, and I'm up here and I know it's him. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing if you don't know. But you up here talking to the Creator and told you gonna suffer his name sake. That should have been my thing, like Ezekiel, like, yes, sir. Sure is. But I have to represent the same state of the people. They don't know. Even though they see, they can't see. Even though they hear, they can't hear. He says he says a lot of things. He said, you will consider what I said. It's a lot of stuff in the scriptures, in the Old Testament. You will consider what I said in the latter days. Meaning it's going to take you 400 and something years. Get what I said to you. But we think our mindset is on the same level as the Father. He thinking what I'm thinking. Where? When? I have never seen it. I have never seen that. Never seen it. It took you a long time just to figure out you was in Exodus or freaking Deuteronomy chapter 28. But somehow down the line, you done literally evolved into this almighty, magnificent brain that knows when the Sabbath is and knows when the feast days is. You can't tell from your ass to your head right now.
This is the truth, King.
It's time we humble ourselves and ask the Father truly to show us. And the Father is showing us through the sign he has given. Many people have heard me say that I did not come up with this sign by myself, but I came up with it with me and my Father, which shows me, number one, that if this is the banner, it doesn't matter if a person likes it or not. The scripture should be enough. That's what the Messiah was saying to John. Hey, look. He said, are you the one to come or should we wait for another? The Messiah never says, I am him to come. Instead, he says, look, tell John that the blind eyes are open. The lame walk. He does not say, I am the one. In fact, after he done said what he done did, he said, tell him one is coming. But he was saying to him, I am not him, the one that you're expecting, but I'm the one who actually makes the way for him to come. The Messiah's word is literally in preparation, preparing the word people for the one to come. Watch this. It says the Lord will send his messenger to prepare the way for, watch this, for the Lord. For him who is to come. The Messiah says, for this reason was I born to give witness to the truth. And then when the truth came here, he said, look, now just as I represented him, he gonna represent me. He must take up what's mine and disclose it unto you. It's an interdependency between the brothers. An interdependency between the Father and the sons. An interdependency. The Father's name is made up with us. Without us, there is no name. There is no name without the two sons. It's an interdependency. Let us make man in our image. Without my two sons, there is no image to make. So, The Father has lifted up salvation as the banner. It says, watch this. Those who run to my what? To my name shall be saved. Those who call upon, man, get about y'all playing with me. those, those who call upon the name of Yah shall be saved. And if I be lifted up from the earth, will draw all men unto me, will save all the Bantus, will save all the Ebos unto me. I'm gonna bring them to me. All those from Ebo land, all those who's in the house of bondage, I will draw them unto me. And it's literally his name. I've come in my Father's name. Why would the Messiah say that unless he knew that the name in the end will be salvation? Just as the enemy says, the image of the beast, he's going to come in his own name. But if another shall come in his name, him you shall receive. That's exactly what's been happening. People have been taking the V and been receiving death while the Father's name is right before you and is with the hands raised. With the hands raised, and you have her and you have Aaron holding up both hands, you literally have the name of Yah right there before you. The hands, with the man's hands raised right there, literally is his name. Because you got Aaron on one side and you have her on the other side, which makes up the name of the Father. So now the name of the Father is made into a symbol. Wow.
Wow.
The name of Yah is a symbol. It's the banner. It's salvation. The rock of our salvation. They set a rock up underneath Moses, and the banner is founded on the rock, holding up the name of Yah for the people and causing them to win. But when the name of Yah was no longer exalted, y'all ain't hearing me. When they begin to exalt other things, when they begin to talk about other things, they begin to lose. It says they said his name is a tower, a fortress, and those who run in it will find refuge, comfort. The banner is his name. So all people calling all these different names, there is no salvation in it. The Father says, I'm going to do a new thing. The new covenant. The Father even said that King David becomes the word of Yah. He's the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Meaning what? The word trumps in every single thing. The word is his name, and his name is in the word. The word literally makes up his name. Yeah, the word literally makes up his name. He has placed his word above all that is called his name. He placed the word. Now, if you got the word, you can't have the word without the Holy Spirit. The word and the Holy Spirit literally makes up all of his name. So his name comes from the word. The Spirit. The Spirit of truth.
Take it in, people. Take it in. Take this in.
We are right now as a small remnant in the whole entire earth. There's no other place I would rather be. No other place. This is it. while everyone else is in the other broad ways. We're in the narrow gate, literally tucked away with tons of FBI agents, CIA, and everyone else that's literally looking to this small group right here talking about how do they know these things? How do they know? And then when they, I'm guarantee you, they're watching what we say and looking at what the world does. Like, okay, I think we done located them, but they would never let the world know that they located them. Never. So the Father shall lift up his name against him. So the enemy's gonna come in with his name. So the Father's gonna come in with his name as a standard against him. It's powerful. All right. Thou shalt have no other what? Yahs or deliverers before me. Thou shalt not make any graven images or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above or the earth beneath. So the Father's pretty much given them everything. Now, this is the part where we want to bring out more. Keep the Sabbath day to sanctify it, to be set apart, to be holy. As the Father, Yah, commanded you. So the Sabbath is a commandment. The feast days are a commandment.
Yes.
6 days thou shalt labor and do all thy work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath unto the Father. In it thou shalt not do any work, you, nor your son, nor your daughters, nor your maidservant, nor any kind of maidservant, or your ox, or your ass, nor in your cattle, nor the stranger that is within your gates. And thy manservants and thy maidservants may rest as well as you. And remember that thou was a servant in America, in everywhere you has been banished to, and that the Father, Yah, brought you out thence through a, watch this, there it is, he's bringing forth the branch again, through a mighty hand. What does the branch mean again? Let's go back there. So behold in Hebrew, mighty hand. Behold the hand. Behold the hand. Worthy is the Lamb. Behold the nail, behold the hand. Worthy is the Lamb, and worthy is the Lamb. There is two. The Father gave birth or gave life to the Word. He also gave life to the hand. Now, when we look up, when we look up to what the Father is saying, and we look up what behold means, or actually when we look up what the branch means in Hebrew, I don't know what is going on over there, but I don't know if y'all hear that, but if y'all do, it's disturbing. All right, so see, there it is, arm, hand. He brought you out with a mighty hand. Now the Father always says, behold, I'm going to send my angel before you to prepare the way for you. He's going to lead you out with a mighty hand, a mighty angel, a mighty son. Because all angels are called the sons of Yah.
Get that?
So it's powerful. I'm looking for that one I always look at, but I love this though. Is it making sense? I mean, I know that part makes sense, right?
Oh, yes.
Here it is. All right. So we have behold, lo, behold, the, and they are also with reveal and breath. Then right here, like, you know what I'm saying? You got revelations that come from, all right, let's look at it. So we see that the man with the hands raised, the father says, watch this. Remember, now listen to my testimony. Father said, what again? That's a family portrait of what?
Me and you, son. That's what he said,
Exactly.
King.
That's what he said. Now watch. Now look what it is. Now look how that all fits in. So the father don't say things just to be saying it. So since he don't say things to be saying it, everything has got to make sense. Now we're gonna look at, hey, lo, behold, where is the one that shows breath? Like, is it? Yep, I think this is it. All right. Now this will be representative of the father saying, hey, you know, so that's the first thing you're gonna write when you make your first website. Is like, hey world. It's the hey world, website. That's how it is. Like, well, everyone always make their first site. What's that? Is you gotta let the people know you're here. So whenever you make a website and you want to be the one to make it, when you take the class, the first one you're gonna make is, hey world, how are you? I'm fine. Website. That's what it is. That's the first code you learn is to write hey world, pretty much. That's the same thing with the father right there. He's the beginning saying what? Hey world, what? I am your creator. Behold your creator. The revealing of who the creator is. Where all the breath of life comes from. See that? It's powerful right here. This is the father right here. The father right here. Hey. Hey, look. Without that, you don't have a house, nothing. You know what I'm saying? So all that. The house, a door right here, a window.
Amazing.
You see all this? You see what I'm saying? You see how all that just see our thoughts is not his thoughts. Our ways are not his ways.
Not
and
at
it's
all.
funny right here. Now, when you look at the hey now we can see a generic version of this called the gingerbread man.
Oh my goodness.
We're gonna go even more in this. Let's go even more into this. Now we're gonna see all the generic versions of this and why the father comes against this in the scripture. We see what? The scarecrow. With his hands raised. It's the hay. Right there. Now we see the cross as what? The hay, the name of the Father. It's the hay. The Father got his hands raised, but they got their hands extended out. The cross is the opposite of the hay. It's the opposite of reveal. It's the opposite of the breath, meaning what? It comes to kill. Woo! Woo!
Wow.
Woo!
Bomb drop.
Man, my mind right. Look, there it is, the scarecrow. The opposite of the hay, which is death. Hands raised, arms outstretched. Look at this. Difference. One represents life. Hey. Other one represents death. So you got the scarecrow. You got the gingerbread man. You can't catch me. And the gingerbread man is the one get eaten up. Look, here it is. The hay. Hey.
There it is.
Hey. They turned it into food. Hey. And look at it. It's bread. I am the bread of life.
Wow. Wow. These people are sticking it to us and we don't even see it. The Father's amazing.
Your audio kind of messed up a little bit, bro. It might be because I got too many pages open up. Let me see if I can close some of them. It's crazy, right?
The bread of life. Hey. Oh my goodness.
Are y'all getting this? This is crazy right here. It don't ever just be what I'll be trying to get it to be. It always be more than what I try to bring out every single time. I don't even try to bring this out. I'll be trying to just, bring out one thing. People are like, amazing. Like, this is wow.
King, we got to stop and absorb this for a minute here.
Yeah, this is crazy. We got 10 people watching right now on Truth Colors. That is powerful. People are listening. They're waking up. They're starting to see what's going on. They're starting to see that the Father has given a banner, which is literally his name. And we can literally type in right now, the name of Yah will be a strong refuge. Watch. The name of what? The Lord. And the Lord will literally, people will be seeing it as the Father right there when it actually is talking about your deliverer, which will be the Lord, literally, like a king. The Lord, name. It's a strong tower. Yeah, it is. I just seen it. It is a strong tower.
It's a strong tower, and the righteous run into it and are saved.
Do you see the same thing with if I lift up a banner against him, he lift up a standard against him? Whoever is slothful in his work, his brother is a brother to him who destroys. The name of Yah is a strong tower. The righteous, the elect. It gives you a command to it. Only the righteous, only the elect, only the chosen will run to it and be safe. It literally just told you right there. In the last days, the Father's going to give forth a sign. And this sign is going to be his name. But people are going to be moved by it because they just see a hand raised and not understand that the name has been turned into a symbol. So the symbol is the banner. If you lift up the banner, you have lifted up the name of Yah. Every breath must praise the name of Yah.
Every breath.
Everything that has breath. That's why all creation is groaning for the one who was bring forth his name. The name of Yah is a strong tower, strong. Who's going to go through it? The righteous, the elect, the ones who are being saved, the ones who are being put aside for salvation will run to it and will be safe. Watch this and look how it's going to fit in perfectly with the next part. Exodus 3:15. The Father also told Moses, who was the deliverer, say to the people, the Father, your Yah of your fathers, and the Yah of Abraham, and the Yah of Isaac, and the Yah of Jacob has sent me to you, meaning Moses is a sent one. This is my name forever.
Wow.
And this is how I am to be remembered in every generation. The Father will send his name for salvation.
People, y'all better hear that.
He said, the Father is my rock, my fortress, and my deliverer. Look at what Moses is doing. He is carrying out exactly what's going on. Look what he said. The Father is my rock.
Mm.
And they took a stone, which is a rock, and put it under him, and he sat on it. Then Aaron and Hur held up his hands and on each side so that his hands remained steady until the sun went down. The Father's my rock. Look where the banner is at. It's been placed on a rock. Let's go look at the other part. He's my fortress. Fortress, the same strong tower, right? It just said that the Father is a strong tower. The righteous run to it and they are safe. We just got through seeing that, right?
Yes, we did, King.
So we just got through seeing that. The Father is literally having Moses just carry out literally what he has said. Oh, where is it? Oh, yeah, it's right here. The name of Yah is a strong tower. That's a fortress. The righteous run to it and are safe. That is what? My deliverer. Right there. Look what happened when Moses did. Let's see where it brought forth deliverance, right? Let's go here. Let's go back to what the scriptures did. So Moses is carrying out exactly what the arm is going to be representing in the last days. When Moses' hands grew heavy, they took a stone and put it under him. Why? Because they got to keep the name exalted. So at the time when your strength is starting to wear down low, put up the name of the Father. And Moses sat on it. So when the enemy comes in and the sin of the name is dwindling, the Father's going to what? Continue to lift up a standard, a banner, his name against him. Because inside of this V nation is the name of the enemy, which is Lucifer. Lucifer is. And ASE stands for so be it. Lucifer, so be it. Meaning what? You have made a choice for Lucifer. Every single person who's made a choice for Lucifer, they are no longer your family. You could pray for them all you want, but there's a sin that they have done right now that it will be no change done to them. No change. You can literally pray for them all you want. Guess what? It's not going to help. You can give them all the special herbal remedies all you want, but they have made a choice for Satan. And I've never seen a person who made a choice for Satan ever come up out of it. I've never seen it. I've never seen it. Think about that. You're going to choose Satan over the Father of the earth, and the Father's supposed to take you back? Like he's supposed to do you a favor. Or like you're doing him a favor by coming back to him. No, you just chose wrong.
Lethally wrong.
We got this thing twisted. Twisted.
Very twisted.
Now look at this. You got the hand right there represented as well. A stone put up on him and he sat on it. Then Aaron and Hur held his hands up. The Father has upheld me with his righteous right hand. The one on each side, so that his hands too remained steady until the sun went down. Now, here it is right here. This is my name forever, the one that's been lifted up in the banner. So a banner is going to be raised up with his name on it. And this is how, watch this, I am to be remembered in where? In every generation. I mean, the Father's going to always give us his name, a banner to be raised up in the midst of, to bring forth salvation. Right? My Father is my rock, in whom I take refuge. Remember, the righteous run to the name of it and he's saved. My shield and the horn, what? Of my salvation. Meaning, what is the big, when you got a horn, what does a horn do?
Alert,
it's
warn.
The signaling. Right. Watch this. It's a signal. It just told you that salvation is going to come as a signal. And the horn of my salvation, it's the beginning of my salvation. It's the signaling of my salvation. It says, lift your heads up high. Why? Because your Redeemer draws nigh. Your redemption draws nigh. When you begin to see these things happen, lift up your hands to heaven, Look what it says. Lift up your hands to heaven, meaning what? Those who call upon my name shall be saved. You have to get saved by what? Lifting up your hands, by showing forth the banner, show forth the sign, show forth. It says, all those who have received the Father's name in their forehead, you're lifting up a sign. You are the sign. By you lifting your hands up and showing forth the name of the Father. The nations don't know this. The church don't know this. Black Hebrew Israelites don't know this. This is a set apart understanding. I thank you, Father, for hiding these things from the wise and prudent and revealing them unto the babies, the one who don't know nothing. I can give them something because they won't say, I already knew that. The Father's going to pass every single person who think they know something and giving just the crumbs, giving them the people and giving the children everything. Because if you're a stranger, that means you're on the outside. So that means our people can also be the stranger as well, receiving crumbs that falls from the master's table. How we doing? How we doing?
We're doing good, King. We're doing
so the horn signifies a signal. It's the beginning of our salvation. So it's the signal. A signal is also the same thing as a sign. A signal is also the same thing as a banner. It's the signal. Hey, when this happens, what will be the signal? So when you see this banner being raised, it's the sign of what? Your salvation draweth nigh. Man, this is so deep. So deep. It's so deep. I'm trying to leave. I know, yeah, because we got things to do, but dang it, man. I ain't even got to the other part yet. I'm trying to get there. Look. Sign, indication, act. Let's go back to that verse of scripture again now. My Yah is my rock, salvation, and whom I take refuge, what's that? Salvation. My shield, what's this? My protection at the same time, and the signal, the horn of my salvation. The watchman is plus to show forth a sign, plus to give a signal. Hey, this was about to take place. The watchman is the sign. The watchman is the banner. The watchman has the name of the Father. This is the Son of Man. My stronghold, my refuge, watch this, and my Savior. You save me from violence. It's the sign of my salvation. The signal of my salvation. And the watcher is always supposed to literally give forth the signaling of it. Something such as a sound, gesture, object that conveys notice or warning. It's the signal. It's the warning of my salvation. What? Lift your hands up, right? For your salvation draws nigh. Let's go look at that. Lift your hands, for your salvation draws nigh. Look at this. It says right there, stand up. When you begin to see these things happen, what? Stand up. Stand up. Look at this. The return of the Son of Man, which is what? The watcher. The watchman over the people. When the return of the watchman, the return of the signal, the return of the one who's going to warn you, the return of the one who's going to teach you, the return of the judge, the return of the king. At that time, they will see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory. What's the cloud? He's coming in the name of the Father. The cloud signifies the name of the Father. The Son of Man is coming in the name of the Father. Watch this. With power and great glory, which means what? Great authority. Meaning the Father hears what he says and the Father does what he says because his name is in him.
Is in him. Yes.
That's all it's saying. with great authority. Watch this. When you see the Son of Man, who is now, you have identified him, he is come in the Father's name. And what is that? The banner, the hand being raised. This is the Father's name, which signifies the cloud. When you see the Son of Man coming in a cloud, if you look at the banner, let's go look at the banner real quick.
Let's look at the banner, King. Let's look at it.
Let's watch this. Is that not a cloud? Let's do it again. Hold on. You see the Son of Man coming in the cloud. Hold on. Is that not a cloud?
That's a cloud. That's a cloud.
You see the Son of Man coming in the cloud. It's a cloud. Woo. Son of Man right there. And then you got the sign right there of the sign of the banner right there. When you see the Son of Man, when you see that swirl, that cloud, when you see, man, don't play with me. Y'all better leave me. Is that not cloud? Let me look at it again. Let me move out the way. You can see a cloud right there. It's a cloud right there. You see the Son of Man coming in the cloud.
The cloud.
Cloud. Only person in the world right now with their hands raised. That we see that Moses has his hand raised. Moses says, the Father will raise one unto you as unto me. He talked to Moses face to face. People don't hear my testimony. Coming in the cloud. Father said, what? That's a family sign. It's a family portrait, right? Family portrait of me and you. People have heard me say that many times. Son.
Many times.
See that right there? Wherever you go, I'm there. Wherever I am, you are there. When you see the Son of Man coming in the cloud, coming in my name. The cloud is his name. You see the Son of Man coming in my name with great power. Glory will be what? Authority. Well, that's what glory means. Great power and authority. Meaning what? He is coming in his Father's name. If you come in the Father's name, I mean, you have some power and some authority. Now, that means you also got to become like an ambassador of this kingdom. It's having something on this earth that most people don't have. That's authority from him. And it's based off of what he says, not what people think it is. There is literally a cloud, and you see the Son of Man right there in the background, where the Father says, this is a family portrait of me and you. Now, this was said in 2010. What would I know back then? Just saying. Father was like, show him the picture. You already in the cloud right now. I was like, yeah, you're right. I was like, that's just powerful right there. Let's go. All right. Watch this. When you see the Son of Man coming in a cloud, coming in, it didn't say clouds, coming in a cloud with power and great glory. That whole sign right there that you see in the background in the cloud is powerful. Watch this. When these things begin to happen, when you begin to see that cloud and the Son of Man being exposed, being shown, stand up, man. Lift up your heads, because your redemption is drawing near. Man. Then the Messiah told them a parable. Look at the fig tree and all the trees. Now, this is what he just told you to do. The Gambia, or if you want to know, the house of slaves, the house of the slaves, signifies the house of affliction. When you look up the name Bethany, you find it's called the house of figs. The house of figs. Well, Bethany is Gambia. So he told you the location where the Son of Man will be located at. Because he just said the Son of Man. And then he just says, so when you see the figs, where's figs at? He just gave you a location. Let's prove it. We done did it before, but we'll do it again. When you talk about destruction, you got to talk about also salvation. You have to. It's got to be balanced. The Messiah told them a parable. Look at the fig tree and all the trees. Now, let's go. House of, let's see, Bethany. Let's type it in. Meaning. It's going to be like house of bread, house of meat, figs. See, house of affliction, or house of figs. Bam! Possibly meaning house of affliction. That's house of slavery. Or house of figs. And go back again, what he just say to you? He just told you where to look for. Then the Messiah told them a parable. Look at the fig tree. Look at Bethany. Look at Gambia. Because that's where the Son of Man is going to appear. Beth, house. Afflict or sing.
Wow. Wow.
The house of praise. Judah. The king of Judah is going to show up in the house of figs. House of affliction. Look at the fig tree and all the trees. Now, let's go, since we got Bethany, let's go find out. It's a place that they literally called the house of slaves. House of slaves. Africa. There it is. Boom. Senegal. Can anybody please tell me where we're at right now?
We are in Senegal.
Oh my goodness.
Gambia is
where
in Senegal.
The house of slaves. The house of affliction.
Wow.
He told you exactly where to look. Where the Son of Man is going to show up. Your redemption is going to come from Gambia. From the house of slaves. House of affliction. At that time, they will see the Son of Man coming in a cloud and with power and great glory. Where at? In the Gambia. When these things begin to happen, stand up and lift up your heads because your redemption draws nigh. Then the Messiah told him a parable. Look at Gambia. Look at Senegal. Look at the fig tree and all the trees. What is it connected to all the other trees? Jufure, Gory Island, Nigeria. Meaning what is going to take you to the promised lands. The fig tree being the head. And all the other trees, meaning what? All the other lands.
Wow. There it is.
Atlantic slave trade on Gory Island. 3 kilometers off the coast of the city of Dakar, Senegal. Now, let's go look at that real quick. Where's Senegal located? Senegal, officially the Republic of Senegal, in a country in West Africa. Senegal is bordered between Mauritania in the north, Mali to the east. From the west to the east, Mali. Guinea to the southeast, and Guinea, what's that? Bissau to the southwest. Mali to the east. Now, we just got through seeing something. So from west to east, let's go to Ezekiel 45, shall we? Because he just said the fig tree leading on to the rest of your other lands. You there, family?
You're still there. Still here, King. We're just getting stunned. Like lead bricks falling out the sky. We're getting this.
And look, the straight and narrow gate is right in there. Look how it's all right there. The straight and narrow gate. Boom. Straight and narrow gate. Where's that at? The Gambia. All of it. Senegal. Boom, the straight and narrow gate. Here's the path right here. The Gambia. The Gambia is the straight and narrow way. All in Senegal, but go through the Gambia. Straight and narrow gate. Going straight from Jufure over to the Gorée Island, from Gorée Island to down to Nigeria. Boom. Let's watch this.
Wow.
Look how this is going to tie in perfect. He says from the west to the east. We just found out the west is starting with Senegal and the east going towards what? Mali. That's a big chunk of land right there.
It's a big chunk, King. That's a big piece of real estate.
Yes, it is. It's a lot of land from there. You know how far we are from Nigeria right now to Benin and all those other things.
Mm.
Does this make sense to people?
It's make King gets gobsmacked.
Bam, right here. Ezekiel 45, consecration of the land. Moreover, when you shall divide the lot of the land for inheritance, you shall offer oblation unto the Father, a holy portion of the land. The length shall be the length of 25,000 reeds, and the breadth shall be 10,000. This shall be holy, and all the borders thereof round about of this there shall be for the sanctuary 500 in length and 500 in breadth, square round about, and 50 cubits round about the suburbs thereof. And of this measure shalt thou measure the length of the 25,000 and breadth of 10,000, and in it shall be the sanctuary in the most holy place. The holy portion of the land shall be for the priests and ministers of the sanctuary, which shall come near to minister unto the Father. And it shall be a place for their houses, and a holy place for the sanctuary, and the 520,000 of length, and 10,000 of breadth shall also the Levites, the ministers of the house, have for themselves for possession for 20 chambers, or 20 houses. And you shall appoint the possession of the city 5,000 broad and 20,000 long over against the oblation of the holy portion. It shall be for our whole house of Israel. Here we go. The prince portion. And a prince shall be, and a portion shall be for the prince. It's allotted. It's a commandment. And a portion shall be for the prince. Pause. Hold up. We going to Genesis 49. You go get that real quick. We got to go get something. You know what I'm saying? My babies needed some eggs. We had to go get some eggs for them real quick. Hold on. We're going to show you something, how it's going to tie in perfectly. We're going to bring this together. You could be like, man, if he don't get up out of here. Who is this person? I keep telling you who I am. Let's watch that. Watch this. Judah, your brothers shall praise you. Your hand shall be on the necks of your enemies. Your father's sons. Hold on, what was Mikhail Master talking about that one time? Saying you can't bow down to angels and all that. Okay, your father's sons shall bow down to you. Hold up, that's a scripture right there. All right. So he was just only coming from Revelations though, right here. But here we got the Old Testament speaking, saying that the people, all the other nations will bow down to the king. All right. Just want to make sure. Judah is a young lion. Okay, my son, you return from the prey. Like a lion, he crouches and lies down, like a lioness who dares to rouse him. The scepter will not depart from Judah, nor the staff from between his feet, until the king comes. And the allegiance of the nations is his. That's the banner. That's the name. Watch this. Now he tells you exactly where this lion is coming from. He ties his donkey to the vine, his coat to the choicest branch. Now, Jeremiah said that he saw a almond branch, a branch from an almond tree, speaking about what will be taking place right now as we're speaking. Yeah. Okay. He washes his garments in wine, his robes in the blood of grace, meaning what? He's going to be the one who's going to be killing. Gonna be killing it. Someone just said, this is mind-blowing. I've been watching videos of the Gambia for past 3 years and I had no idea why. Because the Savior will be coming from here. How y'all doing, family? Let's go.
Wow.
He washes his garments in wine, his robes in the blood of grapes. His eyes are darker than wine, and his teeth are whiter than milk. He just told you what the Savior is going to look like. Let's go. Zebulun shall dwell by the seashore and become a harbor for ships. His borders shall extend to Zidon. Watch this. Zebulun shall dwell by the seashore and become a harbor for ships. His border shall extend, watch this, to Zidon. Now, he just told you that Abu Dhabi, where they're trying to have the ports and all that stuff, is land that belongs to Zebulun. Let's go ahead. Ports of, I think it's like they're trying to have one world ports. Let me see. Ports, it's like a salvation, a horn of ports, like horn of ports. They say like salvation of ports. Let me see. Horn of ports or something to that manner. It's going to be in Arabia, where they're trying to have all ports in one area. Is that it? Port of Horn. Is it? Let me see. Saudi Arabia, or I think it's Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi. Yep, Horns of Hope, right here. Horns of Hope. Abu Dhabi ports. Right here. Here it comes. This is Zebulun's land, but it has not been conquered. There is some land that we have not conquered that's supposed to be conquered. Boom, right here. Ports for people. He says Zebulun's land is going to become what? A port. Zebulun shall dwell by the seashore and become a harbor for ships. His border shall extend to Zidon. Zidon is over there where Palestine is. That's where that is. Palestinians. His land shall dwell, shall extend. This is it right here. This would be Zebulun's land, extended to Zidon. How you doing over there, Jazz? I know you ain't saying nothing. I know your thing is on.
King, I'm just absorbing this thing in like a wet sponge, taking it in.
It's making sense.
It's making sense, King. A whole survey of the land.
Zidon, life in the Holy Land. Tyre, which is over there still where Palestine, Saudi Arabia is over there. See? Zidon, Palestine, Holy Land, Israel. This is Zebulun. So the land that keep calling, oh, it's Jerusalem, blah, blah, blah. All that stuff over there, it's Zebulun's. But it's not been conquered. Zebulun's portion has not been conquered yet. So technically, it's not ours.
Yeah.
We have to still conquer. That means what? We got to kill. We have to kill. We're going to have to kill again. We have to destroy some people. Again, that's why they're going to come up under us, because we're going to fight them and they're going to lose. That is the good news. We have to fight for our brother's land. Okay? That we technically have not, received. Okay? All right. Let's close that out. See? Issachar is a strong donkey. Lying down between his sheepfolds, he saw that his resting place was good and that his land was pleasant. So he bent his shoulder to the burden and submitted to the labor as a servant. Dan shall provide justice for his people, judge, as one of the tribes of Israel. He will be a snake by the road, a viper in the path that bites the horse's heels. Now, so that its rider tumbles backward. What we need to do right here is find out where there's a lot of snakes and horses, where it's commonplace for a snake to bite horses' heels. And we will find the place that belongs to Dan. This will be in Senegal. So Senegal and Gambia will be Gad. Senegal will be Dan, right? I await the fact that it says what? We have, so there's got to be some things dealing with some snakes over here. I await your salvation, oh Yah. Watch this. It's showing up right there, the hands raised, signifying this is the area where salvation is going to take place. Look what it just said right there from the very beginning. Look what it just told you where salvation is coming from. I await your salvation, oh Yah. What did the Messiah say? He says, in fig tree land, right? He said, look at the figs.
Yep.
When these things begin to happen, stand up and lift up your hands. He just said to them, I await your salvation. I await your salvation, O Lord, which means what? This is the Son of Man. I await your salvation, Son of Man. I await your salvation, Messiah. You understand? What the Messiah says, he tell you the same place. When the Son of Man, look, at that time, when they shall see the Son of Man coming in the cloud with power and great glory, when these things begin to happen, then salvation is now on the scene when the Son of Man shows up. Stand up and lift up your hands, which is saying what? He just says, I await your salvation. Stand up and lift up your heads because your redemption is drawing near. Then the Messiah told him a parable. Look at the fig tree and all the trees. Boom. I await your salvation, oh Yah. Let's look at Jufaray real quick and see if we got anything saying like, I await your salvation. It's going to be a sign, a posture of waiting. Boom. What that look like to you?
The hands raised, King. The hands are raised.
Like they're what? Like they're waiting for something to happen.
Yes.
Now look at this. Look how I got Africa right here and how it has a head. And the head is for a globe, signifying all of the Bantus, all of the Igbos, all of our people from around the world that's awaiting for salvation. This is the sign of salvation for those who've been spread out throughout the nation. Isn't that powerful?
It's powerful, King. It's powerful.
And then look, we're going to go right into deeper things. Look at this. Kuta Kente, which signify roots, which we know is a complete guarantee of letting you know these are the people who were sent out from their homeland into the rest of the world to be slaves. Here it is right here showing you this is the sign for salvation. And at that time, when you see the Son of Man, what? Coming with his hands raised. Understand that salvation is coming to those who've been spread out throughout the nation. He is coming in the name of Yah.
Yes.
Here is the behold sign right there. The gingerbread man right there, which signifies this is his name and he's coming in the clouds. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Boy, does this make sense to everybody? Y'all getting this?
It makes sense, King. We are getting it. It's like lead bricks out of the sky, King. They're coming down.
I would await your salvation. This person is awaiting something. Watch this. Gad will be attacked by raiders, but he will attack their heels. So we see all these things that's going on. He preserved a portion for himself. No, a portion in the first part. Watch this. It tells you he preserved a portion in the first part. Deuteronomy 33. Concerning Gad, he said, blessed is he who enlarges the domain of Gad. We await your salvation. Tell you for what? The Messiah said, the king is coming here. The Son of Man is coming here. When these things begin to happen, stand up and lift up your heads, because lift up your heads. Lift up your heads. Lift up your heads. Look at the heads is made for the nations. That's powerful. Just no coincidence.
Wow.
Because your redemption is drawing nigh. So the nations, your hand is your redemption is drawing nigh. Watch this. Then the Messiah told him, look at the fig tree. Fig tree. Now we just know, look at that Gad represents the fig tree. Watch this. Here we go. Concerning Gad, he said, blessed is he who enlarge the domain of Gad. Wait a minute, hold up. Let's look up Gad. What is Gad? Gad, or should we say Gambia? Now, what is the Gambia? What does they say about the Gambia? It's got to match with Deuteronomy chapter 33. It has to match with it. The Gambia, officially the Republic of the Gambia, is a country in West Africa. It is the smallest. Wait a minute, hold up. Say what? It's not the largest. It's the smallest. It's like a door. It's like a beginning of something. It's the smallest country within. It's the smallest country within mainland Africa. Smallest. And it's surrounded by Senegal, except for its western coast on the Atlantic Ocean. The Gambia is situated on both sides of the lower reaches of the Gambia River, the nation's namesake. The nation's namesake. When the Son of Man come in the clouds, come in the name, which flows through the center of the Gambia and empties. So it's the beginning of something. So the Gambia is the smallest. Blessed is he who enlarges what? Something that is small, the domain of Gad. He lies down like a lion, meaning what? He is the king who tears off the arm or a head. He will crush the head of the enemy. He chose who? The king chose the best land for himself. Because a ruler's portion was reserved for him there. Where? The Gambia. Let's go back to it. In the first portion, he chose the best land for himself because a ruler's portion was reserved for him there. Let's go back to Ezekiel 45, prince portion. He preserved a portion for himself. And a portion shall be for the prince. Doesn't that tie in perfectly? Deuteronomy? He chose the best land for himself because a prince's portion, because a prince portion was reserved for him. It's on reserve. It is tribal land. He just said you have to find the tribal land going through the Gambia.
The best portion of land has a river through it.
Exactly. Reserved for him there. He came with the leaders of the people. He administered the Father's justice and his ordinance for Israel. So the ones who are here with me in the land are becoming the leaders of the people. Ooh, I love it. People trying to get here now.
Wow.
Wait a minute, I want to be a leader. The ones who are showing up here are the leaders of all of the tribes.
Mm.
Yeah, let's go. He chose the best land for himself because a ruler's portion, a prince's portion was reserved for him there. Ezekiel 45. And a portion shall be for the prince, is the
Wow.
ruler, on the side, and the one on the other side of the oblation. Watch this, of the holy portion, and a possession of the city before the oblation of what? Of the holy portion. And before the possession of the city from the what? From the west side westward, and from the east side eastward. We just got through reading about the land,
Wow.
how it went from the west to the east. We just got through reading that. How the land goes from the west to the east.
Wow.
Just saying. I love it. So the days are going to be shortened because people are going to begin to raise up that banner. People are going to say, you know what, I'm a part. I may not, you know what I'm saying, I may not understand everything, but I'm a part of this. I don't want to be against the Father. I don't want to be against it. If this is what the Father has demonstrated and given us to us for salvation, who are we to say this ain't going to work? Who are we to say to speak anything against this? Who are we? Who are we?
We are nothing.
So the Father has already set forth salvation, then we have to be the one to take it. We can't tell him how he's going to save us. We can't tell, but that's exactly what people have been doing. We've been saying he can't use that. He can't use this. He can't do it. We always say that he can do everything but fail. But now, when it's something that don't go in along with what we think it should be, oh, he can't do that.
Right, King.
So the land goes from the west to the east. And we see that here in the scripture in Ezekiel 45. The land is from the west to the east. We already seen the ordinances. He administered the Father's justice and his ordinance for what? The people. As clearly the Son of Man. So from the west side westward, and from the east side eastward. Remember, we just got through reading, there was a synagogue, right? From the west to the east. Synagogue, that said, synagogue goes from the west to the east. We was up here looking at that. Let's go back to it.
Yes.
It was describing it. It says, go, there it is from here, synagogue. French, officially, is a country in West Africa. Senegal is bordered by Mauritania in the north, Mali to the east. From the west to the east. From West Gambia to Mali. That is where, look at that. Look, it's fairly small inside of mainland Africa, but it is still a large portion for the people who are coming. So from Senegal all the way to Mali, is going to be where the people are going to be situated at. That's where it's going to be major changes taking place in those areas. That is the place of safety. Who shall abide under the wings? Oh, come on now. Y'all ain't hear me. During the time of destruction, who shall abide? Watch this. In thy tabernacle. Woo, man. Under the shadow of your wings, right? He that dwelleth in a secret place, see, you're going to be hidden for a time, in times. Yes. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. It's a secret place. People don't know about it. They know about it, but they don't know about it. That Gambia, it's a secret place. Senegal, Tamale, secret place. From the west to the east, Zico. From the west side, Gambia, to the east side, Mali. And the length shall be over against one of the portions, from the west border unto the east border. Mali music. In the land shall be his position, or his possession in Israel. And my princes shall no more oppress my people, and the rest of, watch this, the land shall they give to the house of Israel according to their tribes. Thus saith Yah, let it suffice you, O prince of Israel, remove violence and spoil and execute judgment and justice. Take away your distractions from my people. So let's go look at Africa and Mali together to see how far this thing is. Africa and Mali. So we see the starting point, and we now see where the end point is. We can see it clearly now, based off of the scriptures. Look how, man, this is so powerful. Wow. Senegal, the Mali. You got the Niger River right there. That is powerful. And look at this, the Sahara Desert. So did he say, I'm going to cause for the desert to bring forth some things. I'm going to provide water in the deserts.
That's the
Are we making this up?
No, King, you know.
Are we making this up?
Oh, my goodness.
I'm just asking, are we making this up? That's all I'm just,
My king.
I will provide. Let's go look at that in Isaiah. The jackals will give me praise for providing water, right? I will provide. That means it's going to be a drought everywhere else. I will provide waters in the desert for what? For my chosen elect. I will provide waters in the desert. And he says, for my people, for my chosen. For my chosen people. Now he done gave us a direct location. Look, the beasts of the field will honor me. We're going to be at where the beast is at. And it's in Isaiah again, which is what? The sign of salvation. Isaiah is Yeshaya, which means what? Yah is salvation. Behold, there it is. I'm about to do something new. Can anybody please tell me what that something new is? That something new is what he said right here.
Yes, it is.
At that time, when you see the Son of Man coming in the cloud with power and great glory, when you see that banner, that's something new. When these things begin to happen, stand up and lift up your heads. Why? Because he's doing something new. Because your redemption is drawing nigh. That's something new. Then the Messiah told them a parable. Look at the fig tree. Something new is about to happen in the Gambia Senegal. The beast. Watch this. Do you not see it? Meaning what? The redemption that you see. Like, look up. You see what? Your redemption drawing nigh. Do you not see it? He's asking the question. Do you have eyes to see that your redemption is drawing nigh? Or are you one of the ones who are blind?
Wow.
Can you see it? He asked him a question. Do you not see it? Meaning at the time when he comes, ties in perfectly. When the Son of Man comes, will you have faith? Will you believe that he's here? Do you have the faith to believe what you're seeing is true? When the Son of Man comes, will he find faith? Meaning, people are not going to know what to be looking for because they're not going to see it. Even though it's in their face, they're going to mock it. They're going to make fun of their own salvation. Therefore, they will not be able to take part of it. How can you take part of the same thing you mocked?
Wow.
Luke 18:8. I tell you, he will promptly carry out justice. Look at this. This is what he's talking about. Will not the Father bring about justice for his elect? The justice part is coming from the Spirit of truth. It's coming from this king who in his mouth is the rod to strike the nations, who cry out to him day and night. Will he continue to watch this, to defer their help? At this time, I will do something new. When you see this, lift up your hands, for your redemption draweth nigh. I tell you, he will promptly carry out justice. The Spirit of truth is designed to carry out justice. To carry out justice, watch this, on their behalf. The Spirit of truth who comes in my name, who proceeds from the Father. Therefore, the Spirit of truth or the Holy Spirit cannot be the Father because this person is a stand-in just like Moses is. Moses stood in between the Father and the people and brought the connection. Nevertheless, when the Son of Man comes, will he find faith on earth?
Hey, wow.
Watch this. And then he tells you exactly what people are going to be doing at this time. They're going to trust in their own righteousness. Well, I know what I know. But I know it's not this. I know it's not that. He tells you the whole thing. To some who trusted in their own righteousness and viewed others with contempt. How dare you put up that banner? Do you know, y'all ain't Goshen, y'all Hoshen, y'all this, y'all all these different names. He also told this parable. It's all there. The way of truth will be evil spoken of. But he tells you who he's chosen and where it's coming from. Let's go. I will make a way in the wilderness and streams in the desert. Where it's dry places at, I'm going to bring forth what? The water. Watch. I'm going to bring forth the water in the summertime and in the winter. I will restore the waters in the summer time and the winter. He's about to restore a brook. So waters are about to leave one place and come to another. I think he's going to bring back the life to the Dead Sea. Here it is right here, living water. Destroyers of Jerusalem destroyed, Zechariah 14:8. It will be a day known only to the Father. It says what? Not even the Son of Man know when the day of the Father is coming. You understand? Here we go. It will be a day known unto the Father, without day or night. But when evening comes, watch this, there will be light. So when evening comes, there will be light. Meaning what? It's going to be at a time when they are made what? A sun. I don't think they're going to be able to control the sun.
Nope.
So the night will even be like light. So when they put it up there, it's going to malfunction. It's going to have to burn itself out. And when it burns itself out, it's going to be an explosion because it has went on for that long of a time. The sun is supposed to be able to go down, but it's not going to be able to go down at all. The Father's going to give the beast the signs and the times in his hands. He will seek to control the signs and seasons, right? Now, the Father has said that he will seek to change times and seasons. He is going to do that. The way that signs and times operate, it operates through the sun, the moon, and the stars. The calendar means nothing if it's based off of man's ideology. Now, if you have a timeline that's based from the Father, that means something that's going to be in alignment with the sun, the moon, and the stars.
Yes.
So the Father gave time in Genesis. So the enemy knows this will not count. So watch this. The gospel will be placed on hold until the Son of Man shows up on the scene. Because the gospel is going to be coming forth from out of his mouth. He said that the nations can't teach you nothing. So whatever he gave the nations will be the same thing as what he gave the watchers. Everything that is bottom feeders. All right, so let's go. And the Father said, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night. Remember, he just said that the evening is going to turn to light. And let them be for signs. What he's going to do, he's going to show people who've been keeping Friday sundown and Saturday sundown that you were wrong.
Dead wrong.
Dead wrong. He's about to rebuke you to your face. It's about to happen. And it's going to be a national rebuke. People are going to be feeling Saturday like, wait a minute, hold on, it's a Sabbath. But he's going to, watch it, he's going to make it all of it day. Because you're supposed to keep everything during the day, but you kept everything at night. So he's going to turn even your darkness to light. Signifying what? That your Sabbath was supposed to be kept during the day, right? Not Friday sunlight, not Friday sundown to Saturday sundown, but during the day. That's why it's called Sabbath day. He separated the day from the night. That's why I say it was the first day, not night and evening, or not night and morning put together as one day. No, one day. He was already dwelling when there was no light. So the Father is literally in his secret place, which is darkness. Then he speaks forth light. And then when the night goes away, he said that the next day comes what? And this what? And the evening and the light was the first day. Meaning what? It started from what? Darkness moving into light. But the first day of light was when there was light, not darkness. That's why it's called the day. And he says, I separated the day from the night. It says in the scripture, we still make it what we want it to be. You know why? Because we hard-headed as I don't know what.
Yes, we are.
And the scripture speaks against us, showing we don't know him like we say we do. The first day, where does it say? Light. So literally right there is telling you the day represents light. When the Father said, let light be, that became the first day because he's already in darkness. But our people don't get it. And Yah said, let there be light. And there was light. And the Father saw that the light, that it was good. And the Father divided, separated, put apart light from the darkness. The light, the first day of light, or the first sign of light, becomes day. Not day and night becoming one day, as the world has believed and been doing. And the Father called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And evening and the morning were the first day. He already told you that light was the day. The night is not included with this. It's just evening. It's always been there. And the morning were the first day. Why? Because the morning light is day. And it was literally its first day, because all the time it's always been darkness on the earth until the Father said, let there be light. Then it became the first day. But how many other evenings? So I put a differentiation to show you that the evening is separated from the day, but this is the first day. Why didn't it say anything about the evening? The evening's always been there. So why didn't it say about the 150,000 evening? to the first day. Then it will make sense. But instead, people bring a combination, which is not right. All right. And the Father said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons, and for days and years, and let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And the Father made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And the Father set them in the firmament of heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And the Father saw that it was good, and the evening and the morning were the fourth day. Now, at the time when this enemy begins to start to do these things, the sun and the moon are going to refuse to give forth their light. The sun refused to give its light. Why? I'm not about to work here when you got this going on right here. I'm not doing it. The sun will refuse to shine. The sun will be darkened. Look what it says. At the time when the sun is darkened, the Father is judging the nations. He's giving you signs all over, letting you know when this is going to take place, when this is going to take place. When you see this happen, boom, this is what's happening right now. The Father judges the nations. Or could we say the Spirit of truth judges the nations? Multitudes and multitudes in the valley of decision. Look at this. Multitudes in the valley of decision. He just told you the time frame when the Father's going to begin to start judging the nations. Where are people at right now? In the valley of decision. Do I take the V or do I not take the V? If I don't take the V, then I'm excluded from society. But if I do take the V, then I can actually die. Multitudes in the valley of decision. Whew. I know people are like, dang, that was good. That was good. That was good.
Wow.
He just told you plainly what to look out for. You ain't got to guess about nothing. He gonna tell you everything.
No guessing, King. No guessing.
Man, how we doing? Y'all doing all right? I know we supposed to be going somewhere, but
yo, King, I'm just dumbfounded. I'm sitting here astounded. The Father's showing you all this knowledge.
This is crazy. This is powerful. I love it though. Watch this. For the day of what? Of the Son of Man is near in the valley of decision. At the time when they begin to give out this V nation, the Son of Man is at the door. What's good? How we doing? What we doing? When the enemy comes in like a flood, the Father will lift up a banner, a standard against him in the valley of decision. The enemy's going to put you in the valley of decision. Hey, you need to make a choice. Be in with the world or be out. But you need to make a decision now. Okay? You need to make a decision. Everyone's in the valley of decision. Should we get it? Should we not get it? I mean, is this not the time of the valley of decision right now? Are you not being faced with this straight up decision to take either the beast mark or to actually not take it at all? But to not take it has consequences. You can't work. You can't feed your babies the way you want to. Do you see how this all makes sense? And it's all at the same time when the Father is judging the nations. The Son of Man is judging the nations. The Holy Spirit is judging the nations. What's the next thing we're going to be looking for? The sun and moon will grow dark. If it's growing dark, that means that light is still going forth, but it's growing dark, meaning what? It will be overshadowed. It will be replaced. It's growing in darkness. It's growing. It is literally doing it. It will grow dark. That will become obsolete. The sun and moon will grow. That means it's like a progress. It will grow dark. And the stars will no longer shine. It's not going to be needed. Watch this. Then the Son of Man will roar from Zion. He is going to speak from Zion. He's going to give orders from Zion. And watch this. And the Son of Man will raise his voice. Watch this, from Jerusalem. Man, are we hearing this?
We're hearing, King.
At the time when the sun and moon will grow dark and the stars will no longer shine, the Son of Man is going to speak from Zion. He's going to roar. He's going to command from Zion and raise his voice from Jerusalem. Heaven and earth will tremble when he speaks. Why? Because when he speaks, he's bringing forth an earthquake. Whew. He has authority in all of the earth. The Son of Man does. He showed up with great power and great glory, which means authority. The voice of many waters. But the Father, or the Messiah, will be, watch this, a refuge for his people. The name of Yah will be a refuge for his people. Watch this, a stronghold, which is a fortress for the people of Ebo. Notice where it is located at. Notice where the promised land is located at. Between Senegal and Mali. Everything outside of that is a Broadway. Are we seeing this?
King, eyes are square on it. Wow.
The place of safety is a short spot. All other areas is going to be given over to be worked over by the enemy. So we'll have all of this moving into here. In Nigeria, guess what? Is right there in it too. All of this will be ours from Mali. So from Senegal to Mali, on down. It's ours. Look, that's powerful right there. That is powerful. And I believe Mali might be even more. Mali might be this, might be all this, Mali might be way more extended than what we have seen and what we think it is. Look how huge Mali is. It looks like a whole kingdom belongs here. Look what it's called, Timbuktu. It says from what to Timbuktu. So Timbuktu would be in Mali. So it would be like from here to Mali. Or it's from Egypt to Timbuktu. From Egypt to Timbuktu. From Egypt to Timbuktu. What's that book called again?
Oh, from that book is by what's that guy's name? From Timbuktu to Babylon.
Yeah. Yeah, from Babylon to Timbuktu. Thank you.
Yeah, I got it backwards.
Yep, from Babylon to Timbuktu. So he just told you land. From Babylon to Timbuktu. So that also that land from Babylon over into Mali is also our land. Do you see?
Yes, it is, King.
But a special part of land has been cut out. Guess what that special part of land is? Gad. That would be the house of Yah. That's why it says the prince's portion. And it says it's the sanctuary. Now that ties in perfectly with Revelations chapter 11. It says, measure this out, but don't measure this, for this has been given over to the Gentiles. But you're supposed to keep out the temple, the sanctuary. The sanctuary is over here in Senegal, over to Mali. That is the sanctuary. Everything else is the Broadway. That's going to lead to destruction. Now, it just said in the king's portion, I was measured out these many reeds. And there was given me like a reed, watch this, like unto a rod. The king's portion, prince portion. And the angel stood, saying, rise and measure the temple of Yah. Remember, we just got through reading about the temple of Yah, which is in Zechariah 45. And the altar, and them that worship therein. That's the chosen right there. The ones who are being chosen in the end, he is telling you, he's laying out a straight land guides on what to look out for, what not to do, and what to do. This is what I want you to measure out. Then everything else is given over into the enemy's hands. Look, here it is right here. And you shall portion, look, it said reeds. 20,000 reeds. I was given something as unto a reed. Boom. Consecration of the land. Holy land. Promised land. And the portion shall be the prince. We see that part. Holy portion. Temple. Right here. This is it. That's been measured out of all the rest of the land. A small portion was measured out of all of the rest of the land, and it is for a sanctuary. Are we making sense?
Wow.
In the most holy place, sanctuary, temple, the holy portion of the land shall be for the priests. Temple, sanctuary. The ministers of the sanctuary which shall come near the minister unto Yah, and it shall be a place for their houses, and a holy place for the sanctuary. And the 25,000 length and 10,000 of breadth, and also the Levites, the ministers of the house, have for themselves for a possession 25 chambers. And you shall appoint the possession of the 50,000, 5,000 broad, and 20,000 long, over against the oblation of the holy portion. It shall be for the whole house of Israel. He just said what he just said here in Revelation. Same exact thing. And there was given me a reed like unto a rod. The rod right there, the reed. Here is the Levites. Here's the rod, the prince portion. And the angel stood and said, rise and measure the temple of Yah and the altar and them that worship therein. And here is the so-called evil. He said everything he just said there in Ezekiel 45, right there in that sentence. Keep on moving. But the court which is without, see, he just said all of it. See how they speak compared to what we speak? They said less, but said everything that Ezekiel 45 just said, just in that sentence right there. Look what he just said. And there was given me a reed. Boom. Go to Ezekiel 45. What does it say? Let's bring that towards the end, so I don't keep going back and forth for it. Moreover, you shall divide, here's the divide, by lot the land of inheritance. You shall offer oblation to Yah, and the holy portion of land, the length shall be the length of 25,000 what? Reeds. Boom, right there. Then the prince portion is inside of it. Whoop, I was given something as unto a rod. The rod represents the prince. Then everything else, it says, all other people shall what? Include what? And the land they shall give to the house of Israel according to their tribes. Boom, inside of the prince portion. He just said the same thing right here. Boom. And there shall be given me a reed, Levites, unto a rod, prince portion. And the angel said, rise and measure the temple of Yah and all the and the altar, and them, all the Israelites that worship therein. Boom. All right there in one sentence. But when we speak, we got to speak with a lot of words. The Father's speaking with less words, getting a lot done, covering a whole bunch of stuff. There's some stuff we're missing in the and the does. We're missing it because we don't know how to read his book. That's why I said the Spirit of truth, he will come and lead you into all truth. We're leading inside meat because we think it's insignificant. But the court which is without the temple. So the portion of land that does not have the temple on it, watch what's going to happen to it. Which is without the temple, leave out. So now let's go ahead and we'll look at Mali again. From Senegal to Mali. Everything else that's not from Mali or Senegal is being given over to destruction. Whew. Ain't that powerful?
Mm.
Let's go look at Africa so we can measure this out right. So let's count it. Let's go. So from Senegal over into this part right here, we got Niger. Mali is right here. Then he said from Timbuktu, from Babylon to Timbuktu. Babylon is right up in here. Going all the way over here to Timbuktu will be Mali. That is the whole entire land. So we came from here over to here. From Babylon, look where Egypt is. Egypt connect right into Babylon. From Babylon to Mali. This place what they call Palestine. Babylon is going to be from Nebuchadnezzar. It's going to be Ham's side. All this right here is Ham's land because Egypt is Ham's land. But from here, so from Babylon, which is the border of Babylon, probably from Goshen to Mali. So since Egypt is right here, Babylon is right in here. Babylon, the what? The great Babylon. Look how huge the land is. Babylon the Great. And these Djibouti's, all that and stuff is included, right? Moving on across to Timbuktu. Now, look from here to here. Even parts of, we got Nigeria, because I believe Mali is going to encompass Nigeria as well. Probably even Cameroon. So from here, look, we got the desert, right? I'm gonna provide for waters in the desert, right? From here, here. So all of this attacked. All of this is going to be attacked. All this is going to be attacked. All this is going to be attacked. All this is going to be under the power of the enemy. All this is going to be under the power of the enemy. All this is going to be under the power of the enemy. Only from here. So a small portion has been cut off for those who are going to receive salvation. That's it. Everything else is going to be under attack.
Wow.
So the temple of the Father, or the sanctuary of the Father, is going to be from wherever Mali is. And Mali could be including over to these different parts right here. But it's definitely not going to come into this part. So the part they're talking about, the Congo, all that and stuff like that, the so-called Bantu part of Congo, is going to be under attack. Mali, from Senegal to Mali, is going to be like a small portion in whatever Mali is. So Mali could be from here to Niger, to Nigeria, and it could be cut off right there, which is going to connect to Cameroon a little bit. But watch this, even more battling, I think we even have it a little bit better. So from here, this band, going straight across, just like the hair. Let's go look at that real quick. I believe that's the portion. I believe he literally put the portion right in there with that band in there. I was given a reed. Now we know this person's wearing locks. We know this person is also me. How I wear my hair at times, and there's a certain part of it where I put, you can see a band right here. I believe from this part to this part right here will be the holy portion, period. Because the Father does things in decency and order, so therefore he's got to leave a link. He's got to leave something there where people will know. Make the, write the vision, make it plain. Here. It's a cutoff, a straight up cutoff right here. And the rest of the land's going to be given over. That makes so much sense.
I'm just
Now
sitting
we
here
can see clearly.
dumbfounded, King.
We can see it from here all the way straight through to here. Boom. Equatorial Guinea right in here. Boom. Cut off. So from here to all the way down to right here, cut off. So everything from here going all the way straight into here is going to be under control. It's powerful. Look, this is set up. This is it's a gouge for a reason. It's set there for a reason. It's to divide something. It's going to be to divide something. The Father is dividing. You know, if we want to, we can actually go from here all the way straight down. Either way it is, this will be our sanctuary. This part right here is going to be under attack. Let's move. He that dwelleth in the secret place, an unknown place of the Most High, shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. Secret place, hidden place. The place is hidden. The world don't know. The world's looking for Jerusalem. The world is looking for all these other places. The world even looking for the Congo. But they're not looking for the Gambia. They're not looking for Senegal. They're not looking for Mali. Just saying. All right. So the beasts of the field will honor me, the jackals and the ostriches, because I provide water whereat in the wilderness and rivers in the desert to give drink to my chosen people. Let's go back to that sign again. Is this not the Sahara Desert up in here? The Western Sahara? Would this not represent a whole desert? Are you going to find like a desert like that over here? Don't think so. So he just told you a whole nother location. Here is the Western Sahara. Right here. He is going to provide is a place that's been preserved for you in the wilderness. This is it. This is it. This place is going to turn green. There is some stuff up under that water that has been cultivating a whole land for you, and at the right time, that water is going to drain, and it's going to provide food for the Father's people. What's good? It's preserved. No animal, no person has ever laid foot on that land because it's underneath the water. It's under the sea. To provide water in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. To do what? To give drink to my what? To my chosen people. This is the elect. Watch this. The people I formed for myself. What's this? Will declare my praise. The Father seeks for those who will worship him in what? In spirit and in truth. But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a people of Father's own possession, to proclaim the virtues of him who called you out, watch this, of darkness into his marvelous light. What did he just say to you? Ezekiel 45. You just said you're Ezekiel 45. That's what you just said. It's powerful. The consecrated of the land, consecration of the land. This is the chosen people right here. Moreover, you shall divide the land for inheritance. He just said this right there. Boom, right here. All this. And the land shall be a possession in Israel, and my princes shall no more oppress my people. What? You're going to have rest, a place of rest, a place of solitude, offerings and feasts. You're keeping the feast of Yah in this place, which means what? It's a temple. It's holy. It's a secret place of the Most High. How are we doing?
We're doing good, King. We are plugged in here still.
But the core, which is without the temple, that doesn't include the temple, leave out. Don't include it. Don't include the Congo. Don't include the Kenya. Don't include these things. Don't include it. Don't include it, right? Leave it out and measure it not, for it is given unto the Gentiles. What did he say? What's happened to the rest of the land?
Given
It's
to
going
the
to be given over
Gentiles.
to the Gentiles. And the holy city shall they tread underfoot 42 months. And I will give power unto my 2 witnesses. And they shall prophesy 1,203 score days clothed in sackcloth. So at the time when we start to see this land come about and start to take shape, this right here is when you know that the 2 witnesses are showing up on the scene. The 2 witnesses are showing up on the scene in Ezekiel 45. When the building of this land is come forth, who in the world is calling? Okay. When the building of this land begin to come on and take place, you'll know. The consecration of the land, the prince's portion, the offerings and feasts. This is when you start to see where the rest of the land is going to be going through some stuff, and there's going to be some 2 witnesses speaking out to what's going against what's going out, what's happening to the rest of the world. And I will give power unto my 2 witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,203 score days clothed in sackcloth. These are the 2 olive trees and the 2 candlesticks standing before the Father of the earth. And if any man will hurt them, fire proceeds out of their mouth and devours their enemies. If any man will hurt them, he must be in a manner be killed. Why? Because the Father is now protecting the land that he gave you. So the land is being consecrated. So therefore, anything that is not of him must be killed. Do you understand? It's powerful. This land is going to be protected with fire. That's powerful.
It's very powerful.
So when this land gets together and comes together, 2 witnesses are going to be chose to represent this land. And anything that try to come up in here to cause forth hurt or pain will be decimated.
Oh my goodness.
The dream revealed to Daniel and declared, blessed be the name of Yah. There we go. Their hands raised. Behold, the hay.
Yes.
Blessed be the name of Yah forever and ever. For wisdom and power belong to him. He changes the times and seasons. He removes kings and establishes them. Who establishes the king? Who removes the king?
The Father does.
He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to the discerning. He reveals the deep and hidden things. He reveals the gospel. He knows what lies in darkness, and light dwells with him. Watch this. Everyone must submit himself to the governing authorities, to the prince, to the king. For there is no authority except that which is from the Father. The authorities that exist have been appointed by the Father. The king is appointed by the Father. I love it. It will be a day known unto Yah, only without day or night, but when the evening comes, there will be light. What? He's creating an artificial sun. And on that day, living water will flow out from Jerusalem. So in a moment when this sun begins to go up, things are going to be shaken up and changed. Artificial sun. You start to see that these things are starting to draw nigh. China has made an artificial sun. Now, if there's artificial sun made and the sun refused to give forth its light, the moon refused to give forth its light, how is the vegetation going to grow? Because there's certain things inside of that sun that is needed in order for the food, the vegetables, and everything to grow. So what could it be that one half of the sun, where that sun is shining at, the sun refused to give forth its light to that area. But the sign where the sun is needed, it shows forth itself on that side, because it talks about how the sun is darkened on one side and the other side is still giving forth light. China's artificial sun burns 5 times hotter than the real thing. This cannot be good for vegetation. Meaning what? This artificial sun is going to also usher in a famine. No more food. It's powerful, isn't it? How this whole thing is just starting to show forth what's coming up. Therefore, the sun is needed. The water, do you know water and all that stuff? It's the waterfalls. Without the sun, the waterfalls gets nasty.
That's right.
And it's got to be a right balance of, it's see, the sun's up there, it's purifying the water. If this artificial sun is doing that, it could poison the water. In fact, that's what's going to happen. It's going to fall into the water and it's going to poison a lot of people. It's going to be called wormwood. China's artificial sun ran for 20 minutes at a whopping 70 million degrees in the latest experiment, 5 times hotter than the real sun. Scientists hope that the machine, putting your hope in the machine, hope the machine will help harness the power of the nuclear fusion. And what happens if you drink nuclear water? What happens to you? Which would bring humanity one step closer to creating unlimited clean energy. What they're trying to create, the Father. He's an all-consuming fire. They're trying to create the Father by mimicking, watch this, reactions that naturally occur inside the sun. Meaning what? They're trying to create something natural by using something that's natural. They're trying to create. Satan, watch this, he knows he's no longer the son of the morning like that. So he's trying to create what he used to be. What used to be his title. I'm going to get it back. I'm going to take my fame back. I'm going to exalt my throne higher than what the normal sun actually does. But he said you will be cast down. Researchers have been busy running tests at the experimental advanced superconducting Tokamak East, a nuclear fusion reactor facility to make its auxiliary heating system more hot and durable. Xenia News Agency reported the facility is called an artificial sun, because it mimics the nuclear fusion reaction that powers the real sun, which is what? He is taking over the times. Been removed. Yeah, it just disconnected. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
You're still King connected here, King. I can hear you and see your screen.
Yeah, I'm saying that they disconnected me from
Oh,
the VPN.
that's the shenanigans again out too.
Location. Connected to the United States again. Why? To hide my location. This thing is real. What we bringing out is real. The facility is called artificial sun because it mimics the nuclear fusion reaction that powers the real sun, which uses hydrogen and deuterium gases as fuel. Designed and developed by the Chinese, the East has been used since 2006 by scientists from all over the world to conduct fusion-related experiments. They've been working on this for a while. But the project, now watch this. 2007, the banner will be created since 2006 by scientists from all around the world to conduct fusion-related experiments. 2007, the banner is being made. 2006, they started working on this sun. When the enemy comes in, sun, like a flood, the Father will lift up a banner, his name, against this sun. So the one who's making his son, the Father's lifting up a banner against him. Why? Because he's trying to do what the Father has done. The Father created the sun, and therefore this person who's trying to create the sun, Russia tried, and they failed. It said it literally vanished into the atmosphere. But now it's Russia and China who are now coming together to redo the making of trying to make the sun again. It's them. Now, it says that the times will be given into his hands. It says it. Army of locusts. They storm the city, they run along the wall, they climb the houses, entering through the windows like thieves. Before them the earth quakes and the heavens tremble. The sun and moon will grow dark and the stars lose their brightness. Watch this. The Lord of hosts, which would be what? King David, raises his voice in the presence of his army. Do you see? Attack is coming. Indeed, his camp is very large. For mighty are those, watch this, who obey his command. Mighty are those who obey the king's command, the Son of Man command. For the day of Yah is great and very dreadful. Who can endure it?
Who can endure it?
Watch this, Matthew 24 and 29. Immediately after the tribulation of those days, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from the sky, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. But in those days after tribulation, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light. And when I saw the Lamb open the 6 seals, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black like sackcloth of goat's hair. And the whole moon turned blood red. It's no longer giving its light. It's giving forth a red signal, meaning what? It's time to kill. It's time to kill. It's time to kill. This is what's happening right here. Before them, the earth quakes. Before what's this mighty army? Before the chosen, the earth quakes. The heavens tremble. The sun and moon grow dark. Why? Because they set in the stage for murder. And the stars lose their brightness. Watch this, the Lord, who is what? King David, which is what? The one who's been sent to destroy. Raises his voice. What is he saying? Time to kill. Raises voice in the presence of his army. Does the Father have an army? Or is it talking about a real person in the flesh who's going to have an army, which will be you, those who are listening? Indeed, his camp is very large. He just told you we're going to have a lot of people saved in the end. A lot of people are going to come. So don't be moved by what you see right now, because the people are coming. For mighty are those who obey, hands raised, owned by Yah, his command. For the day, watch this, of the Son of Man is great. For the day of the Lord, which is what? The Son of Man. For the day of King David is great and very dreadful. Who can endure it? That's why I said when the Son of Man, it said, who will be able to stand before the Son of Man? Let's go watch. It brings it out. So it just said, who will be able to endure it? So now we should be able to find the scripture that says, who will be able to, when the Son of Man comes, who will be able to endure it? This is all tying in perfectly with what's going on right now in the world. We got Malachi. When he's talking about the what? When the Son of Man comes in his glory. To watch this, to repay each one what they have done. He is talking about the nations. To repay them. To bring forth judgment in the earth. The sheep and the goats, the one who listen and the ones who don't listen. So the ones who don't listen, it's going to be the sheep's job to kill them. I'm like, look, first people we're going to kill is the one who didn't listen. Kill them. And throw that worthless servant into the outer darkness, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. This is going to happen to every single person who don't listen to the Son of Man. When the Son of Man comes in his glory, comes in his authority, and all the angels with him, he will sit on a glorious throne. All the nations will be gathered before him. He is Shiloh. And he will separate the people one from another, as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. The one who listens, the one who didn't listen. He's gonna separate them. So people gonna be like, "Oh, I was always listening to what you were saying." Okay. But the Son of Man will come in his Father's glory, his Father's authority. He will. What's the glory of the Father? Is that not his name? Yeah, we back again. You know, so I guess I must have said too much. You know what I'm saying? Because they just they just off the screen. They just cut me off. Like, just get him off the screen. He doing too much right now. He's just doing too much. He telling people our plan, attack, and everything was going on, when to flee. He doing a little too much right now. He's just doing a little too much. Who it is? He doing a little too much. For the Son of Man will come in his Father's glory. What's the Father's glory? His name. He will come, the Son of Man will come, watch this, in his Father's name. If it had put that there, people would be like, wait a minute, hold up. What does that mean? Watch this, with his angels, and then he will repay each one according to what he's done. So the person who's coming in the Father's name, which is what? Who is carrying this banner around, that's the Father's name. So the one who's coming with the banner, the Son of Man will come with the banner, which is the Father's glory, with his Father's name, along with his angels. And then he will repay each one according to what he's done. So when you see that banner show up, understand that judgment is coming upon the nations. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh. That's all I can say. Mm-mm-mm. Mm. Mm-mm-mm.
Right, King.
Uh, like, who wants some of this right here, man? Like,
They don't want none, King. They don't want none.
this is crazy. Watch, here it is right here. Look at this. 1 Samuel 2:10. Those who oppose the Lord will be shattered. That's me. Those who oppose me will be shattered. He will thunder from heaven against them. The Son of Man will judge the ends of the earth and will give the Father what? He will judge the ends of the earth and will give power to his what? To his king. He will exalt the horn of his what? Anointed. Right here. It's powerful. Those who oppose the Father will be shattered. He will thunder from heaven against them. It's going to terrify them when they hear lightning. Watch this. The Father will judge the ends of the earth and will give power. So at the time he's bringing judgment, he's going to give authority to his king. So that means the king is bringing the judgment for the Father. He is the judgment of Yah. He's the recompense of Yah. He will exalt the horn of his anointed. What's going to be his horn? The signaling of him. He's going to exalt the banner. He's going to exalt his name. Why? So those can run to it, who needs to run to it, to be saved. Call upon the name of Yah and you shall be saved. That's why he's going to exalt the horn of his king, because the king is coming in his name. And his name is a symbol. That's powerful. That's powerful. It don't get no more simpler than that.
Sure don't. No more simpler.
Here it is right here. These have power to shut heaven, that it rain not in the days of prophecy, and have power over the waters to turn them to blood. That's power to his king. And to smite the earth with all plagues as often as they won't. You know what? As often as they will. You know what? Today, I think they should have this. You know, they are literally just mixing it up. I think we should mix it up. You know what I'm saying? Last time we gave them roaches. I think today we should give them grasshoppers. What you think? I think we should let's mix it up a little bit. And to show them that they have power like that, it should be like, you know what? I think I want them to have blood in their bottled water. Turn their bottled water into blood. Like, this ain't real. Wait a minute, hold up. Did my bottled water just turn into blood? What? I mean, how can blood get inside of a bottle of water when it's bottled?
Right.
That right there is going to terrify people.
Yeah, it is.
All bottled water turn into blood. Like, and have power over waters to turn them to blood, and to smite the earth with all plagues as often as they will. They're going to throw a campaign for plagues. You know what? We got a campaign plague coming up, and we're going to call this, you know, you're done effed up, right? We're going to call it that campaign. And when they shall have finished their testimony, which is to show the Father's hand is real, the beast that ascends out of the bottomless pit, which he's going to be in there for 1,000 years, shall make war against them and shall overcome them. And kill them. He just let you know they're going to reign for a minute. They're going to reign for a minute. And then they're going to die, be taken out the way. Right? I love this. This is just, it's too deep, but it's so good. See, here it is right here. On that day, see, but when the evening comes, there will be light. And on that day, living water will flow out from Jerusalem. Half of it towards the eastern sea, and the other half towards the western sea. From the Gambia over to Mali. In summer and winter alike. On that day, the Father, watch this, will become, what's this? On that day, watch this. The Lord will become king over all the earth. The Lord alone and his name alone. The one who carries his
name.
name, which will be his Messiah. That's powerful. On that day, the Son of Man will become king over all the earth. So the day when the water has been returned from the eastern sea and over half towards the western sea in the summer and winter alike. Eastern sea where? Gambia. Western sea where? Mali. In the summer and winter alike. On that day, the Messiah will, the Son of Man will become king over all the whole entire earth. Meaning, at that time, I will give authority unto my two witnesses. He will have power over the waters, power over this, all these things. When we're put back into our land, because we have to be put back into our land, because it's the place of our land is the place of authority. That's powerful. The scepter will not depart from Judah. So once Judah is put back into Judah's land, when the king is put back into Judah's land, and we have everything set up, on that day he becomes the king over all of the earth. Watch this. The Son of Yah alone and his name alone. Watch this. And it say no one else is up there reigning with him. He is the king. The Son of Man is the king by himself, with the Father and with his brother. That's powerful. That's powerful.
It is very powerful, King.
Whoever believes in me, as the scripture says, streams of living water will flow from within him. What's he talking about? The Son of Man.
Yes,
the one who believes in me will be the one who will bring forth water to do what? To give water to my people in a dry land. So when things seem to be dry and everyone's searching for a word and they can't find the word, why? Because no one really has a word in their mouth. At this time, the Son of Man will bring forth waters out from within himself. You know what? It's going to flow out of his belly. Yeah. So we see this artificial sun. Researchers managed to run the artificial sun at 70. We already did that part. Look at that. They're trying to get it longer and longer and longer. South China Morning Post reports the real sun hits temperatures of around 15 million degrees at its core. Gong Zhanggu, a researcher of the Institute of Plasma Physics in Chinese Academy of Sciences, told Xinhua, the recent operation lays a solid scientific and experimental foundation towards the running of a fusion reactor. Gong was in charge of the latest experiment at East. Now, gong is the same thing as a horn. Hit the gong. Dong. Just like it says, the Son of Man will be like what? A signal for him. Like, a horn of salvation. It's the same thing as the opposite of, instead of the horn, you have a gong. Gong was in charge of the latest experiment at East, located at the Haifi Institute of Physical Science in the eastern province of Anhui. More than 10,000 Chinese and foreign scientific researchers have worked together to bring to life the artificial sun. The East harnesses extremely high temperatures to boil hydrogen isotopes into a plasma, fusing them together and releasing energy that cannot be good. China has already spent around 701 million on the project. Why they need to make a sun anyway? What's the whole purpose of it? The latest experiment, which stated in the early December, will last until June. Maybe they're looking to make the sun so they do not actually bring the sun down. Maybe they're tired of darkness and they want to actually keep it light throughout the day. Keep it light at night as well. He said when the darkness turns into light, he's going to seek to change the times and the seasons. So if you're going to seek to change the time and the season, he's going to change how things are done. So the sun is supposed to go down at a certain time. His job is going to do what? To try to change that. Instead of it going down at this certain time, he's going to change it to do something different, which is what? He is going to cause them maybe to stay up and not let it, you know what I'm saying? Once they reach it, what if they can't get it back down? What if they can't get anything down at all? But he's going to change the time and the seasons. That is through this, the moon. That is through the sun, what we seen in Genesis, where the Father said, let light be. He devised the sun and the moon for the times, the seasons, the years, everything. So the dragon himself, who would be the one who would change the time and seasons, must do it in a violation of what the scripture says, not how we think. The calendar means nothing. But when you start to mess with the moon and start to mess with the sun, now you're seeking to change the times and the seasons. And it says that they will be given into his hands for a season. It says the seasons will be given into his hand. Now watch this. Now we got the sun. In order to make this right, we have to have the moon. China makes a moon. There it is. China builds artificial moon research center to stimulate low gravity on Earth report. China builds artificial moon for gravity experiment. 4 days ago. See how we at now? They said when you begin to see these days, lift your hands up for your redemption draws nigh. China built an artificial moon on Earth with low gravity and rocky. China built an artificial moon on Earth. So now they done built the sun. They done built a moon. Now, Father told me that the sun and moon are what? Are hands on a clock. Do you see how this is making sense now?
Right, timepieces, King.
The sun and moon are hands on a clock. We even go find this even in the book of not Ezekiel, but even Enoch. How the sun and the moon are like the face of a clock. So it says the seasons, the times will be given into his hands. So the one who's building the moon and building the sun, he's talking about him. So Daniel, watch this. He will speak words. Hold on, he would speak out against the Most High. Here we go. And it says time, and half a time. That's 3.5 years or so, right? As we know, but we don't know what that means in the Father's time, right? Because the Father's time is different than what our time is. All right. I'm back. All right, here we go. Look, Daniel's visions interpreted. Daniel 7:25. And the 10 horns are 10 kings who will rise from his kingdom. After them, another king, different from the earlier ones, will rise and subdue 3 kings. He will speak out against the Most High and oppress the saints of the Most High, intending to change the appointed times and laws, and the saints will be given into his hand for a time and times and half a time. But the court will convene, and his dominion will be taken away and completely destroyed forever.
Hallelujah.
Let no one deceive you in any way, for it will not come until the rebellion occurs, and the man of lawless, the son of destruction, is revealed. Watch this. Until the rebellion occurs. What that means? Until the resistance show up. When the people begin to resist something, it says, let no one deceive you in any way, for it will not come until the rebellion occurs. What's taking place? Rebellion. And the man of lawlessness, the son of destruction, is revealed. It's all starting to take place right now. A rebellion is starting to occur. And that rebellion is right here. Nicholas Ramodi at the protest this year, he says his movement, his campaigns against the what is we call it again? We're gonna say the zombie, the zombie attack. Passports is not anti overdoses. That people who have been infected attend its demonstrations. We will not allow a tiny minority of unhinged, meaning what? Uncontrolled. Do you understand what they just said to you? We're not going to allow a tiny minority of uncontrolled extremists to impose its will on our entire society. Germany's new chancellor, Olaf Scholz, said last month, targeting the violent fringes in the anti-infection movement. Infection passports have been in place for months to gain entry to hospitality venues in much of the European Union. But as Delta and Omicron infections, they tell you what they are, infections, have surged and inoculations rollout have stalled. Some governments have gone further. Austria's imposed Europe's first lockdown for the uninfected and is scheduled to introduce mandatory shots from February 1st. Now you see why this is so mandatory? Why we do this video right here? It's right out the door. Extermination is at the door. Germany has banned, watch this, uninfected people from most areas of public life. And the country's health minister, Karl Lauterbach, warned in December that without mandatory vaccination, I do not see us managing further waves in the long term. Meaning what? We're going to have to do something quickly, because if we don't, we ain't going to have no control over those who do not want to cooperate. If they're not cooperating, it's the opposite of obeying. That would be a what? A rebellion. Look what he just said.
Wow.
Germany has banned uninfected people from most areas of public life, and the country's health minister, Karl Lauterbach, warned in December that without mandatory infection, I do not see us managing further waves in the long term. Meaning what? We're not going to be able to do anything if we don't get a handle on this rebellion right now. At France President Emmanuel Macron last week told Le Parisien newspaper that he really wants to piss off the uninfected. We're going to keep doing it until the end. They will seek to wear out the saints, right? He will seek to wear out the saints. Look what it says right there. He will speak out against the Most High and oppress the saints of the Most High. Why? Because you ain't taking his mark. You ain't taking his name. Whew. People don't understand that mark. You're being marked with his name, and there will be a mark put on their foreheads. The mark is literally the name of Lucifer.
People better get it. They better get this.
The vid came from China. Inside of the vid has the name of Lucifer. Those who worship the beast in his image. The sun is going to be the beast's image as well. Just like what? The son of the Most High. They put the sun, right? Sun worship, which can be confused with the S-O-N versus the S-U-N. Those who worship the beast in his image. And he always put behind him what? There's a cobra inside of the image that was made for the son of Yah. Always. Intending to change the appointed times and laws, and saints will be given to his hands. So they will be given to his hands. So the sun and the moon will be given into his hands for a period of time. But by the time when that comes to an end, it's going to explode. And it's going to cause for part of the sun to be darkened, some of the moon to be darkened, and it's going to cause for the stars to completely just be obliterated. And as he depart from the sky, it's also going to cause for what? The sky. I saw the sky roll up. Saw it roll up. And melt with and I saw the heavens melt with a fervent heat. Look what it is. It's a nuclear bomb that's going off.
Yes, it is.
The clouds roll back like a scroll. That is a sign of a bomb that just went off. A nuclear reactor has just exploded. What is this sun made of again? Can someone please tell me? Anybody? Can't just take a stab at what the sun is, the artificial sun is made from.
Oh.
Hello. And the stars of the sky fell to the earth like unripe figs, dropping from a tree shaken by a great wind. The sky rescinded like a scroll being rolled up, and every mountain and island was removed from its place. Then the kings of the earth, the nobles and commanders, the rich, the mighty, and every slave and free man hid in the caves and among the rocks of the mountains.
Yep, sounds about like
the skies rolled. The skies will be rolled up. An explosion. Why they hid themselves in the caves? Because of the radioaction. It's radioactive.
Blast shelters. Yes, blast shelters.
The blast. Yes, yes. They're going underground.
Cheyenne Mountain.
Because it's going to be radioactive. Yes. We can see they are going underground. Why? It says they go underground. Why didn't they just go into their houses? They hid in the caves and among the rocks of the mountains. There is a reason why they're doing so, because it's going to be contaminated in the atmosphere. So now we're going to need something a little bit more to actually get you. So watch this. Hailstones is coming. Great balls of hailstone. Weighing 100 pounds. That's starting out. But by the time it hits where it's going to hit, it's going through the ground.
That's right.
It's going through your house. While you're driving on the road, this is meant to kill you. This is meant to go into the mountains. Its design is not the hammer to break the rock in pieces. I'm coming to get you. Watch this. Look at this. And every island fled. Uh-oh. Do you see this? Let's go back. Let's go back. We just tied it in perfectly. Did y'all just see that? Look, we just tied it in perfectly. All the stars of heaven will be dissolved. The sky will be rolled up like a scroll. Watch this right here. It said every island will move itself, right? Then the mighty kings of the earth, nobles and commands and rich. There it is. The sky rescinded like a scroll, being rolled up, and every mountain and island was removed from its place. Boom. Revelation.
Mm-hmm.
The seventh bowl of wrath. Revelation 16 and 21. Then every I guess it must have been something I said.
Yeah, something you said, King. All right.
They must have didn't like something I said.
Mm-hmm.
I think we like tied in everything like perfect. And then you see how it was just so precise. That was just so precise. Like it went straight from the island. It's like a continuation. And it's showing, and now we can see a whole picture of how things is going down. What to look out for. Then every island fled, and no mountain could be found. That's where we headed to. And great hailstones. I told you why, because they're going into the mountains. They're trying to go to the mountains, but at this time, the mountains have been removed. They're going to look for mountains and can't find them. They're going to look for islands, but they can't find them. The islands is going to run from you. Like, don't come, you can't come up in front of me. Mountains be like, no, man. They say what? Watch this. When it deals with what? Hide us from the face of him. Mountains, hide us from the face of him who we have to deal with. The one who is going to give us our judgment has come. And now we can see him clearly. Whew. Man, if this is not dope, let's go find that. They will cry to the mountains. Yes, they will cry. Fall on us and hide us from the face of him. From me. They're going to be hiding themselves from me. They're going to be running. Because he has this mighty army that's with him. That's y'all. No weapon formed against us shall prosper. They don't want you to get this. What? I love this right here, man. This right here. It's that spot right here, boy. It's that gooey spot right here. It is. I know we've been here for like almost close to 4 hours, but this is I can't turn off the sprinklers. It won't even go off right now. And said to the mountains and rocks, fall on us and hide us from the face of him that sitteth on the throne. He is talking about, watch this, and from the wrath of the Lamb. What you got? What you got over there, Jazz? Would you?
I'm king. I'm just taking it all in here. This is amazing. Mm, 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 mm. Thinking all these fortified places are gonna be hiding in, calling for the mountains to fall on them. Cheyenne Mountain.
Revelation 6:16. I'm loving it.
Hmm. Boulder, Colorado. Fortified facilities there. Mm,
Then every island fled, and no mountain could be found. And great hailstones, weighing almost 100 pounds each, rained down on them. Oh my goodness, from above. And men cursed the Father for the plague of hell because it was so horrendous. That means it's going. Now watch this. Now see all these fatalities that's taking place on the earth. So these fatalities is no longer being allotted to the beast. They're being allotted to this witness. This king is the witness of the earth to bear witness of what you have done to my people. I see what you have done, and you have to pay for what you have done.
mm.
Yeah, yeah. Look, Moses did the same thing. Behold, at this time tomorrow I will rain down the worst hail that has ever fallen on Egypt from the day it was founded until now.
Mm, 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 mm.
The Father said to Moses, stretch out your hand toward heaven. That means he's lifting his hands up. He's raising his hands up in the air so that hail may fall on the land of Egypt, on man and beast, in every part and every plant of the field throughout the land of Egypt. So literally, Moses got his hands up raised, just like you see in this banner right here. Moses' hand was like this when hail came down on Egypt. The sign of the Son of Man, the sign of the one whom the Father says, I will raise one unto you. Moses says, he will raise one unto you like unto me, Moses. The Father spoke to Moses face to face.
Mm, mm.
I know Jazz over there is kind of stunned. I'm getting kind of hungry
Yes,
for some
I
lamb,
am.
though. I ain't gonna lie. I'm kind of hungry for some lamb. Are y'all getting anything from this?
Mm, 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 mm. It's a big rollout, King. It's a big rollout here.
Those on Facebook, are y'all getting anything from this? Is yo?
Mm.
I told you I'm trying to get up out of here. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying, but it's like it's kind of hard to leave. I'm trying to get up out of. We've been on here for like 3 hours, close to 4, and I'm like, man, we got food to eat. You know what I'm saying? But I know we eating food now, but we see that his hand was stretched. Watch this, towards heaven. If your hands are stretched towards heaven, what that look like? Exactly that. It's the banner. That is the sign of the Son of Man. Everything is done through this banner right here. Who has that again? This would be the king. This would be the Son of Man. This would be the one who is in the place of Moses. Now, he said these people sit in the seat of Moses, meaning they was the one of the law. So the one who sits in the seat of Moses is the one who is the law giver. Moving on.
Moving on.
That was good right there. You can't do nothing with that one. That was just too good. All right, so man, that's powerful. It's powerful right there. Just cooking them. All right. So we seen that this sun is the one. Look, the sky descending like a scroll being rolled up. And every mountain and island was removed from its place. Then the kings of the earth, the nobles, the commanders, the rich, the mighty, the commanders, that's an army. The one we was fighting against, they run like little bitches. The commanders, the rich, the mighty, and every slave and free man hid in the caves and among the rocks of the mountains. They doing what? Hide me. Hide me from the face of him who we got to deal with. And the rocks was like, you better get away from me. And said to the mountains, rocks, fall on us and hide us from the face of him that sitteth on the throne and from the wrath of the Lamb. Then he's like, you know what? I got something special for you. Don't worry about it, because here it comes. Then every island fled, and no mountain could be found. And great hailstones, weighing almost 100 pounds each, rained down on them. Watch this. Who can just lift up 100 pounds just all willy-nilly? And on top of that is cold ice.
Nobody.
You ain't meant to survive this.
Oh, no.
You are not meant to survive this. This is to go into the ground, into your mountain, because there's forts underneath. People got little fortresses, little forts underneath the ground, just in case when, radiation hits, but notice this, how the radiation is not even affecting us. Did y'all notice that?
It's right, King. The thought didn't even come into my head until you mentioned it.
We're far away from radiation. That means this radiation is going to be in a certain part. It says destruction is going to be in the Broadway. Just saying. Other people are in a safe place. But destruction is going to be somewhere else. That leads to destruction. Meaning like it may not be it now, but it's going to lead there. Destruction is coming here. And it's going to mess you up. And men cursed the judge for the plague of hell because it was so horrendous. That's beautiful. I love it. Next. We're going to keep doing it until the end. So am I. He said, this is the strategy, rule breaking and subterfuge. The scientific basis for the anti-infection measures is solid. See, they're making a plan totally against you. Vaccines or infections have been proven to reduce transmission, substantiality / the likelihood of serious illness, and decrease the burden on the healthcare system. Why? Because you dead. Because every single person who gets this gets something. It says literally what they're trying to do. There's a lot of payouts coming from healthcare. People are dying, so they have to pay a lot of money. So it says, what it say? To decrease the burden on the healthcare systems. That's life insurance. They must be paying a lot of money for life insurance. So they're trying to get rid of the people for life insurance.
Mm-hmm.
You come in and yeah, you come in.
Mm.
Yeah. Let's get it. Many of the restrictions also have broad public support. Switzerland's were recently backed comfortably in a referendum, as majority infected populations tired of obstacles blocking their path out of the pandemic. Right, the real world data shows that impact European countries with highly infected populations such as Spain and Portugal have been less badly affected by more recent waves of infection and have been able to open up their economies while those with stuttering, meaning they've been doing what they need to do. They've been, messing up Spain. Spain has been killing. So they're giving their report saying what? Spain and Portugal, they've been doing what they're supposed to do. So Spain got a lot of deaths, and Portugal, I guess they got a lot of deaths as well. They have infected a lot of people there. Majority of people will probably receive either fully infection or half infection. But it says they've been rolling them out. But the other ones, they've been stuttering, meaning what? Hesitant to bring out the infection. Stuttering rollouts have faced, watch this, well, while those with stuttering rollouts have faced severe restrictions and spikes in hospitalizations. But the latest rounds of curbs have fueled anger among those unwilling to take, watch this, to take an infection. Many of whom are now slipping out of society. What they saying? We're about to push you out. You ain't slipping out. We're pushing you out.
Right, King. Right.
You ain't gonna be able to buy, sell, trade without having this. Watch what's gonna happen. Or resorting to subterfuge and rule breaking to create their own communities, citing their right to freedom. Meaning what? Many people are choosing to get out of society and go elsewhere. What? To make their own society. They're making their own rules. So they're gonna come in and get you. They're coming to get you.
Right.
Someone said this is definitely a rewatch. All right. On Monday, I was with 50 people eating in a restaurant. The police wouldn't be happy if they saw us. Ramodi told CNN, boasting of illegal dinners. Come on now, when has dinner ever been illegal?
Right, exactly.
Do you see what I'm saying? They're using Ramodi as an example, trying to let you know what to expect. If you are hearing the sound of my voice and you are not here in the Gambia, this is what you have to look forward to. This is about to be rolled out to you. They're telling you this right now. Ramodi sounds like being remoted. Sounds like what they call it when they're gonna put people in rehabilitation. Yes, Ramodi sounds like a rehabilitation. On Monday, I was with 50 people eating in a restaurant. The police wouldn't be happy if they saw us remote. Rehabilitation told CNN, boasting of illegal dinners and social events with uninfected friends that he likened to Prohibition era species, which is what? The rebellion. But which public health experts describe as reckless and dangerous. Non-Ayu pass. See, they're trying to let you know what's going on. Now, there's another thing I want to put out here. These people right here could be crisis actors so they can get out to you what is to come.
Right,
Because when they
King.
do crisis actors, they also come with having their own picket fences, their own posters showing you. They're showing you what to expect. So people look at, oh, there's really a cause here. They're telling you this is what's about to happen to you. Thousands of people have attended protests in Paris against France, passed sanitary vaccine passport. Just because there's a protest, there's a lot of people who are paid actors, crisis actors, who are designed to cause protests. Just saying. Attendees will hand in their phones at the protest to avoid word of their meetings getting out, and will visit restaurants, cinemas, and other venues whose owners were sympathetic to their cause. He said, yes, it's not legal, but in our point of view, the certificate is illegal. Ramodi added unapologetically. Some people have a very twisted idea of what freedom is, said Suzanne Shucks, professor of communications at the University of Lugano Public Health Institute. They're arguing it's their individual right to harm others. Do you now see you're about to become terrorists?
Spinning it. Yep.
So now when you become terrorists, it says what? That time is going to come when you watch this, when you're about to come into. Brother shall betray brother to the death. Ooh. What about mother and father betraying their children to the death? They turn you over to the authorities. So those who didn't make it out in enough time to actually get over into the Gambia, the safe place, you because to get there until I actually close the door, because the king has already been chosen October 7, 1987. When you hear that testimony, is to let you know that the Father has chosen me to be the king. Those who can't get with that, that's on you. But it is what it is. That's the scripture. That's what the testimony is.
Say it again, King, so they can hear it.
On October 7, 1987, the Father chose for you a king. When he said you will suffer for my name's sake, signifies that my name is in you and that I'm sending you in my name. And what preceded the name was my hands being raised to come forth in his name.
Hallelujah.
For it not would be you speaking, but the Spirit of your Father speaking through you. The witness, right? Brother will betray brother to death, and a father his child. Children will rise up against their parents and have them put to death. Meaning what? They're going to have them hit with this infection. When they take it, once you've been forced into it, guess what? It could be forced vaccinations. You have resisted it. Now we're going to give it to you, and it's going to kill you. Since you don't want to be in this, we're dooming you straight to vaccination, to forced vaccinations. That's why it says what? It says depopulation through forced vaccinations. Now watch this. The ones who willingly take the vaccinations, are they being forced?
Nope.
But the ones who resisted and now they're forcing them to take the vaccinations, this is designed to kill you. Depopulation. Ouch. You will be hated by everyone because of my name. Why? Because you're raising up the banner. Because your hands is raised. Because you're raising up the banner. You're doing what the king told you to do. You will be hated for my name's sake. Why? You will be tortured. You will be what? Hated for my name's sake. The Father told me, he says, hey, you will die for my name's sake. Because my name is in you. Because you are my name, you're coming in my name, they're going to kill you. So now you have a testimony of his name, which is what? The king. What did he say to you? Well, he said this and that. Well, no, that's not true. What it is, what we told you in the gospel was this. There's only one begotten son, not two. They said the spirit of truth, they will not receive him. He gonna come say what? I'm a begotten son too. They said, no, there's only one. They will not receive the spirit of truth. You will be hated by everyone because of my name. Why? Because the spirit of truth is coming in his name as a begotten son as well. But the one who perseveres to the end will be saved. Do you understand? You got to stand to the end. Stand your ground. Do not give in. Right? Let's go. Whew. So since you have a right to argue your individual right to harm others, that's what they're calling it. It's treacherous. Martin Mackey, professor of European Public Health at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. Do you see what they're doing now?
Mm-hmm.
They're hitting your health care, right? Said the vast majority of people everywhere were supportive of measures. Notice they did not say what kind of measures that they're willing to go to, the extent of it. They were supportive of measures to combat the infection. These people are the exceptions, he said. So what can you do? You don't really want to make martyrs. See, they're about to kill you for your testimony. Martyrs of these people, if they choose to gather, they're putting themselves and others at risk. Did you see? You don't want to make these people martyrs. Mean what? What are martyrs? Martyrs are people who die for their cause. They say you don't really want to make, but they didn't say that they won't make martyrs. Do you understand? They're telling you we're about to move to execution.
Yes.
They just said it right there. They said we don't really want to, but what can you do? Meaning what? We're about to move to murder. You don't really want to make martyrs. Do you see what I'm saying? Look what they just said to you. These people are the exceptions, he said. But what can you do? I mean, you don't really want to make martyrs of the people, but if you have to, let's do it. Let's kill these people. If they choose, watch this, if they choose to gather, they're putting themselves and others at risk, meaning what? We're going to open fire on you if you continue to break what we said don't do. Look what they just said. If they choose to, look, we don't really want to make martyrs of these people, but if they continue to gather, they're putting themselves and others at risk, meaning the ones who are with them, we're going to fire bullets at you. How can you miss that? You can't. They just told you what they're going to do to you. They're going to kill you in the open. They're going to attack you in the open. Because they're going to see you as a threat. And by you doing so, it's going to be like fire at will. We don't really want to kill these people and make them martyrs. We know because why? Because martyrs mean people have died with their cause. But if we have to, given the circumstances, there's nothing else for us to do. They're not going to take it, so we must kill them. Do you see where we're at now? Can you see how severe this is now? Can you see how it's important to be with that one leader who's going to speak that truth to you? Yeah. Watch this. A two-class society, meaning what? Just as King David's going to separate the sheep from the goat, or take from the sheep and the sheep from the goats, look what's happening now. A two-class society. They're separating you from amongst their activities. This is Matthew chapter 5. Blessed are you when people what? Begin to say all manner of evil against you for my name, for the king's sake. Okay. Making sense? You will never see me again until you say, blessed is he who comes in my name. For my name's sake, you will suffer for my name's sake. Who do you think you are? I already know who I am. You still trying to figure out who I am.
Yes.
You still trying to figure out who I am. It's like a personal problem to me. It's just personal problem. Let's get it. We live in a two-class society now. Ramodi told CNN, it's horrible. It's a nightmare. Understand it. You ain't headed to good times. Ain't no good times rolling nowhere. If you are outside of the covenant, if you are outside of the Gambia, you are headed into troubled times. And you have to endure those troubled times for salvation. No matter how bad this kid scream, you got to still hold on what you got to do. All right. Whew, okay. But if life as an unaffected person in Europe is a nightmare, it is one from which Ramodi and his followers could easily wake up. Meaning what? Get vaxxed. Get the infection. Unlike in poor parts of the world where some are desperate to receive doses. Told you. Fufu. Had a friend named Fufu. Had a friend named Fufu. That was his name, Fufu. Yeah, exactly. They named him a gourmet deal. It's a gourmet meal. Gourmet meal up here in Africa. You're gonna be called food. Fufu. It's crazy right there, boy. Fufu. What we gonna call him? We gonna call him food. Fufu. Just you choose. Okay. Fufu. We live in a two-class society now. Remote control CNN is horrible. The nightmare. They can easily wake up, unlike in poorer parts of the world where some are desperate to receive doses. Access to the vid infection is plentiful in the EU. I bet it is. The infection is definitely plentiful there. The effects of the infection have been clear. It sure is for some time. Across Europe, regions with lower rates of the infection uptake have suffered more severe waves of hospitalizations and deaths. Look, they said the ones who have been, they just told you right there, the ones who have received the infection it's been more deaths and more hospitalizations. They're telling you that this thing is going to kill you.
Yes, indeed.
They just said it.
Mm.
All right. The World Health Organization estimated in November that the lives of 470,000 people in Europe aged 60 and over have been saved by, watch this, by the infections since the rollout began. Though it has cautioned against the infection mandates, though it has what? It's caution against the mandates, meaning what? Making it mandatory, saying you have to get it or else. Meaning what? Even though they have laxed on making the infection mandatory, they still have done well in killing the people, right? A caution against the vaccine now it's caution against, meaning they have been using still the mandatoriness of the vaccine. They're being cautioned against vaccine. They've been told that you need to stop making the vaccines mandatory. Though it's been cautioned against, they're reporting to the higher ups. All right, so this is what's been happening in Europe. Though it has been cautioned against the vaccine mandates, except as an absolute last result, which ties in perfectly with the truth is not biased, but it's absolute. Except as an absolute last resort, only applicable when all other feasible options to improve the infection uptake have been exhausted. Meaning, like after we have use all tactics that we can use, then we can use a forced mandatory, infection. The WHO's regional director for Europe, Dr. Hans, whatever your name is, warned in December that what is acceptable in one society and community may not be effective and acceptable in another, meaning what? They're willing to take any kind of procedures against people, whatever it is that they allow. Whatever y'all allow us to do, we're going to do it, okay? Whatever you allow us to do, we're going to do it. If y'all allow us to get away with this, get away with murder, then dang on, we're going to do that. Whatever you allow us to do. They said measures. What is acceptable in one society and community may not be effective and acceptable in another. Meaning what? You just have to outright just kill people. Might be accepted over here, but over here it may not be accepted. That's crazy. But they're telling you it's going to be different measures of punishment that's going to be issued out from this source right here. That's what they just said. Ramodi insists that his group is not anti-mask and not anti-infection, concerned purely with democracy and legality, rather than the science of the infection. Though his social media pages have recirculated extreme and anti-infection websites. At our demonstrations, there are many people who are fully infected, he claimed, adding, they say, watch this, hey, behold, the Father's name, right? The government lied to us about the infection rollouts, meaning the end of the vid restrictions. He was unwilling to discuss the infection itself, saying only that he refused it as a matter of principle. We don't talk much about the infection. That's not one of our topics we discuss. He said, when asked whether he agreed, the shots had done more than good than harm. Several campaigners, CNN spoke, to also express concerns that each new set of rules imposed in the name of halting the spread of the infection was part of a slippery slope of never-ending, watch this, of never-ending, never-neverland, never-ending restrictions. Meaning what? We're going to restrict you all the way until the end. The restriction is going to last until the end. This is going to bring forth the end. Unless these times were shortened, there would have been no flesh saved. This is the end.
Mm-hmm.
This is it. Michael Jackson.
Mm.
But infection passports, or some form of certification, the measures that Ramodi and others protest loudly appear to have aided rollouts. A study by University of Oxford published in December found that such policies have led more people to take up the vaccine or the infection in France, Israel, and Switzerland and Italy. 1, 2, 3, 4. France, Israel, Switzerland, and Italy. Alexander Schallenberg, the former Austrian chancellor, who imposed a lockdown on his country's, watch this, only specific people is locked down, and that's the ones who are uninfected. Uninfected population said in November that its infection uptake was shamefully low, meaning what I expected more. He's reporting to the higher ups like, look, I didn't do as good as y'all wanted me to do. I didn't kill enough people for promotion. They're gonna get promoted from this. At the time, around 65% of Austria's population was fully inoculated against the infection, one of the lower rates in the EU, but recent stricter measures have seen that the rate rise to over 70%. Germany has banned unaffected people from some public spaces and is moving towards imposing mandatory infections. When that happens, they'll be like, if you got one or a loved one inside your home who is unaffected, they could be infecting you right now. So right now, it's like every man or woman for themselves. No matter if it's your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, your cousin, your husband, your wife, whatever it is, if they are, you just report them to the authorities, okay? We're gonna take care of them. We know they're your loved ones, and we don't wanna see them hurt, but we don't wanna see you hurt either. But right now, it's time for you to think about you. That's why it says what? In the last days, what? Men's heart will grow cold. Right? Remember that? Watch. Let's go do that. People like, that's good. The heart will grow cold. You can see what this has done, knowing that, watch, it could be a 50-50 chance. Like, look, this person can survive this now, die later, or die from it right immediately as it going into their veins. You done betrayed your brother, your sister, your mother, your father, your cousin, your husband, your wife to the death. My screen is not letting me go nowhere. But that dang on it makes so much sense. So much sense. They will not let my screen progress no more.
Well,
Come on. Good thing Jazz is on here, because even if I need to sign out, I can still always sign back in, and he'll still be right there.
It's strange that these people are playing with the stream, King.
Yeah.
They're not liking this right now.
Heck no, they not liking this. We done literally exposed they plan.
They're not liking it.
We don't tell people what to look out for. I mean, we have made literally everything right now just plain for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
This is crazy. My screen is, they will not let, okay, hold on. They want to play with me. Let's play. There we go. Okay. Let's try this one more time. Your screen is black. Hey, this is crazy. All right, there the thing is trying to come in a little bit. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. Something's starting to come in now. All right, there we go. Closing this out. All right, now the screen that came back. All right, I'm about to put it back on. I close out a lot of them. Everybody all right now? Y'all good?
We're good, King.
We still here?
We're still here.
Are you getting understanding? All right. Let's see. Cynical. Yeah, it's time to get a lamb burger. I'm saying. I think this calls for a lamb burger today. I think it's just lamb burger's calling my name right now. All right. So if we finish this, we're gonna get up over here. Yeah. I think we done told a lot of information, right? A lot more information than most people are putting out or what they understand and know. I definitely know that the Father's here, right? Have controls. What's this? As controls. Look this. Look what it said right here. Family is divided. What did he say? It says that when the Son of Man comes, he will not bring peace, but he come to bring a sword. Means what? He is going to divide the sheep from the sheep and the sheep from the goats. He is dividing. Notice it says what? Brothers will betray brothers unto the death. And for my name, you will be what? Hated. Families divided. This right here is the great divide. Do you understand? This is leading up to what they call the end, right? There's no going back from this. Once we have started this, there's no turning back, right? This is where we at right now. So for those who are looking for normality, what you thought was normal back then is no longer coming back, okay? That's gone. We're moving forward. Those who are with me, that's good. Those who are against me, that's not good, right? As controls have tightened, groups such as Remoti have become increasingly disruptive. Few weekends now pass without loud protests in the European cities, and anger at restrictive infection measures have led many who previously considered themselves apolitical to join. Even before the pandemic, infections hesitancy in Europe was strongly correlated to a populist distrust of mainstream parties and governments. One study published in the European Journal of Public Health in 2019 found a highly significant positive association between the percentage of people in a country who voted for populist parties and the percentage who believe that the infections are not important and not effective. But leaders of anti-restriction movements are presenting their campaigns as more inclusive and representatives than those studies would suggest. We have farmers, lawyers, artists, musicians, the whole range of people you can imagine. Remoti said, Masvidal is aimed specifically at Swiss young people and boasts that it has amassed more followers on Instagram than the official youth wings of any of the country's major political parties. Christian Faala, the vice president of Austria's MFG party, which was formed specifically to oppose lockdowns, mask wearing, and infection passports, told CNN it's really a movement which comes from the whole population. MFG caused a ballot box shock last September, winning seats in one of Austria's provincial parliaments. Most of those who voted for us have never been really politically active in that sense, but they are so upset, he said. People are really fed up being locked in. In France, vaccination uptake is higher, but those opposed to the infection rules are no quieter. Bruno Corsiel said he was not overly involved in politics before the pandemic. Now the 72-year-old mathematics lecturer is a regular at demonstrations against the infection, lockdowns, and other infection control measures. His instance has left him at odds with family, friends, and colleagues. These will be the same ones going to turn you in. Speaking to CNN before Christmas, Corcel was preparing for an uncomfortable festive family dinner. The rest of my family got infected. So now he is the one who is walking around here uninfected. So now they're gonna be speaking to them saying, look, it's him who's causing you to be messed up. If he will get infected just like y'all infected, then y'all will be infected together. So they're gonna swing it to make it fit their bill. Okay, so this is what you about to start going through with your auntie, like your best auntie in the world. What's my best auntie in the world? You better leave that alone. If your best auntie in the world gets infected with death, dang on it, that is no longer your auntie. I'm being real. That ain't your auntie. I'm so serious. If any one of my family members get infected, I'm not claiming you, because the Father has literally disowned you. And I don't care about no emotions, no feelings, I don't care about no blood, none of that. If the Father has disowned you, then dang on, you are disowned. Truth is not biased, it's absolute. And if you don't have the same mindset as that, the Father don't know you either. You are receiving new families. When our people literally left from slavery or was taken as slaves, their husbands and wives were no longer their husbands and wives. They had new family. When the child was born, they took away the child from that family and gave it to somewhere else. You had new families. So the same thing will be happening here for a balance. The rest of my family got infected, he said, adding that he has had several arguments with relatives who fail to understand why he has joined the ranks of the anti-infection protesters. This will always be. They will never understand why it is. Why? Because they themselves are infected. There's some instances where people actually regret what they did, but guess what? There is no help for them. My wife said, please do not say anything at the table. He said, I will not start such a discussion myself, but I will not stay silent letting leftists say their stupid things. Corcel's own opinions are radical, extremists, and when they purport to rely on scientific claims are easily debunked. His disputes the well-established effectiveness and safety of the infections and claims nations are slipping into a totalitarian world distinguishable from Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union only in the sense that it is global rather than nationalistic, meaning what? Hitler only took over a nation. This thing is taking over the whole entire world. That's why the Father said, now watch this. Egypt would have been a nation, if that makes sense. Now Egypt is now in the whole entire world. But Corcel, who works part-time at the University of Bordeaux, where he has emeritus status, and said he was comfortable cutting ties with those who disagree with him. You're going to have to be comfortable too. Look, while Europe's fight against the pandemic is about to get much more worse. All right. His increasingly public opposition to the COVID or the infection 19 infection and to restrictions on unaffected people have left him isolated at work. No one will be around him. This is disappointing, he said. I've sent emails to my close colleagues about the infection. I had only one response, which was negative. When he attends protests, though he says he finds people he understands. Shug says, this is one of the reasons for the movement's ongoing appeal. It's like a fraternity or being a fan of a football club. People skeptical of government messaging are looking for something social, and these groups have done an excellent job at inviting whomever will come, she said. I've met new people who share my opinion, said Corcel. Now watch what is happening here. That's why the Father says that the king will speak and will draw in his sheep, his people, because other people are going to design their own things. And if the people who are the saints go along with them, they will be destroyed. When the Father is literally moving you out of one place into the next place for safety. So to stay there in America and protest is stupid. To stay there in Spain, where they're actually taking over everything, when the Father says he's going to give them over anyway to their hands, is stupid. He's literally telling you, leave from this place and go here for safety. To stay there and do opposite of what he says, you are not smart. And the fear of Yah does not rest with you. A protester wears a mask depicting syringes during a rally against the infection measures. Infection 19 health passed an infection in Geneva on October 9, 2021. Fuel on the fire. 2 years on, and with opinions becoming more entrenched by the day, some experts feel may be too late to bridge the divide between authorities and those who have become voraciously opposed to the infection measures. Meaning what? There is a fight that is starting to ensue. Those people who are against the infection are going to be even louder whenever they're told you infect or you die. Do you see what's coming to? Make a choice or die. Oh, we don't like your choice. That fuels their fire, said Shooks. But I think if we continue to communicate in a way that tries not to upset them, then we don't do the rest of the population justice. See at it. They're harming people's health. They're causing deaths, and they are threatening the economy. See, that's what they're saying. They're saying to those who are unaffected that you're what? You are the problem. So if you keep expecting us to what? To be nicely to you, to speak calmly to you, he says that's not happening. He's saying that is going out the window. They're about to come at you full-fledged, guns loaded. You understand? That's how they're about to come at you. And your loved ones, like your family and stuff like that, you're not going to be able to trust them. So the ones who are vaxxed or ones who have been infected, you're not going to be able to trust them. Something's going to go off in them where they're going to turn against you. You understand? There is chips inside of this infection. I want y'all to know that. And they're going to be turned over to the devil at will. Okay, turned over. Their mind's going to be turned over. What you thought was your friend, well, now it's going to turn over you. If your wife has been done this, she's already been turned over. If your husband don't receive this, he's already done been turned over. The Father don't lay no claim to them whatsoever. It's just not happening. And they are not going away. Warren McKee. We need to make a very strong argument that being vaccinated is a manifestation of social solidarity. He said, adding that anti-infection protesters undermine the solidarity that is so important for any country that is facing a threat. France's President Macron appears to have moved on from appealing to the refusing's sense of solidarity. Instead, he's now hoping to annoy reluctant French citizens into getting their infection by requiring proof of the infection for access to a range of everyday activities. Wait a minute, you mean you can't even join in everyday activities? What's that like, going to the mall? Going out to eat? You must eat, you're consumed to fast food or consumed to having your food, that you want to actually eat out in restaurants, to Uber? I'm not going to put them in jail. I'm not going to forcibly infect them. And so you have to tell them from January 15, you will no longer be able to go to the restaurant. You will no longer be able to have a drink, go for a coffee, to the theater. You will no longer go to the movies, Macron told Le Parson. But his plan and his choice of words have angered opposition politicians and infection opponents alike. Austria, the first EU country to pursue compulsory. Wow. Compulsory infection jabs. Meaning what? Compulsive, meaning what? At will, we're just going to shoot you. At will, we're just going to inject you. At will. Compulsory. Meaning what? If we feel the need to do it, they just said we ain't gonna do forcing, but then they said we will do forcing. So the EU is the first one to think about what? We're gonna do force infections. Whether you want it or not, we're just gonna stab you with this. We're gonna jab you with it. Has been several large protests against the plan. The small posse of hardcore anti-infections protesters in France are more visible, more motivated, and vocal than at earlier points in the pandemic, according to Jeremy Ward, a sociologist and researcher at France National Institute of Health and Medical Research. There's an issue, he said. In France, many people don't trust public institutions and public health agencies. A lot of them end up in hospitals, taking up beds that they could have avoided. Ward estimates that between 5 to 10% of France's population is staunchly against the infection. A large rally against the infection pass approved by France's lower house last Thursday took place in Paris on Saturday. What is now? Now someone else is reporting about their land. All right, so in Paris, this was going on with my people. Those who refuse to get inoculated may accuse the infection passport wielding politicians of turning them into second-class citizens, meaning what? If you're not infected, you're not going to be considered as a first-class citizen, but we're going to treat you as second-class citizens. That's like being treated like the stepchild. That's beatings, killings, everything else, right? But the French president, like many of his European counterparts, is unrepentant, meaning what? I'm not going to change my idea on this. Macron insists that those who do not protect themselves and those around them from the infection 19 by getting what? Infected are irresponsible and thus deserving of such a fate. Meaning what? Whatever fate that is, bullets. When my freedom threatens that of others, look what he said, when my freedom threatens that of others, I become irresponsible, he said. An irresponsible person is no longer a citizen. So if you're no longer a citizen, I mean, I'm gonna treat you like a terrorist. I'm gonna treat you like the enemy. What do you do to enemies? You kill them. You make sure that they don't rise again. So they're now letting you know that the hunt is on. How we doing, family?
It's on, King. It is on. People have no excuse now. They have to look at this.
No excuse.
None.
So we done brought out that a moon is being made, sun is being made, the earth and like the heavens is going to dissolve with a fervent heat. We see that's happening with the sun. This moon has been made. The sun's gonna stop giving its light. The moon's gonna stop giving its light. The stars gonna fall out the sky. Why? Because they ain't gonna be needed no more. When this sun comes up, it's going to outshine the sun. So the sun is not going to give forth its light because this light is going to overpower the sun's light. You already see it's like 5 times greater than the sun. So the sun is going to be absorbed inside of that light. It's not going to give us light. It's going to be stopped. The moon's going to be stopped from giving its light. So therefore, you're going to have vegetation problems. And if they don't want it to be darkness at all no more, outside it will be light constantly. So it'll be sunlight during the day, sunlight during the night. Just saying. So we're about to get up out of here. You got anything else to say to them, Jazz, before we roll up out of here? Get some lamb burger. The king is hungry.
I hear you, King, that you're famished, but I have to say that as we've been listening to stuff, I've been sending this broadcast live to my relatives as we speak. And just as you said, even at this hour, we still have some relatives that are sitting on the fence. Like my little cousin here, I'm sending everything that you've been sharing and bringing out to her, telling her to make plans to leave while she still can. And it's not just her; it's other younger family members of mine back in the States. I'm telling them, look, this is your last hour to get out. And this thing is happening at such a pace that they better listen to what you're saying. A lot of them don't know who you are, but I'm steadily feeding them the information that you're giving us, and that they need to make a decision real soon what they believe versus the truth that you're showing them and everything that you're bringing out. So they're not going to have an excuse at all. And that they're literally taking their lives in their own hands if they reject what you're saying, if they reject what the Father's revealing to you and having you to bring out to the entire world, especially his people, being king of his people. That's all, King.
Yeah. So we found out. So when did I become king of our people?
You became king in October 1997.
Yep, October 7th, 1997. Yeah. That's when the Father had made the choice. So that would be way before anyone would have any chance to do what? Object. There was no objections. So the host of heaven knows exactly who I am. That's why in 2007, the Father would have me make a banner. It says in Isaiah 11 that he will make a banner. Who? The king. And I was the one who made a banner. That banner that you see behind you right there, that's a banner that me and the Father came up with. Signifying what? That's the two sticks coming together. Meaning what? The two houses. The house of Jonathan and the house of David coming back together again. Because when the Father separated Judah, he separated them straight into two houses. Like into two houses will become one stick in my hands. I literally had to put two papers together to make that banner. One person was on one side of a stick or paper, while the other side was on another side. So the part where it had owned by Yah or OBYU was separated from the man with the three chains on his hands on a separate spot. He was bold over here, and this one was bold over there. So the person who literally drew this stuff out, as I told him to draw it out, didn't have them together as one. I still had to take one paper, which represents wood, and another paper that represents the other wood, and bring them together. And when I brought them together, it made forth that banner when the Father said, this is a family portrait of me and you. So, we ain't got nothing else to say, family. We're going to go ahead and dismiss, get up out of here. All we can say is give, right? Definitely give. Because down here in the land, how much are you going to spend out here in the land, Jazz? How much?
In reference to
on a daily basis, like just for eating
on a daily basis, probably less than like not even $2 or $3 US. Not even that. Probably at the most like, yeah, $2 daily, if that, for food.
$2, right? Roughly that for food. Now, what about the taxis to get around because you don't have a car? Because everywhere you gotta get around, you have to have transportation. How much does that cost?
that adds up to probably like not even $5. It's really not that expensive when you look at the scale of the economy here.
The money that we got here, so like you got $200 equate to roughly like $4 to $3. That's 200
Yes,
dolasis.
yes.
That's about roughly $4. Now, a town trip will land you. That's two. So if you go into Senegal, Gambia, that is already $200 right there. To leave from Senegal, Gambia, you're going back with still again 200 dolasis. That's roughly like close to $10 right there. Then when you
Right.
want to eat some food, whatnot, because we already got the 200 dolasis. Well, for those who actually drink, those who eat and stuff like that. So when you get lamb burgers, that's probably like 250, 350. Depends on what you get. If you depends on what kind of drink you want. The drink can be anywhere between 100 dolasis. So you can spend close to about 20. Like I say about um not $2, not 220, about roughly like $20 to $30 a day. You can easily spend that. And that stuff adds up like quickly. Like in time when you go to your account, like if you go there to pull money out of your account, it's charging you the 200 delacies or 250 delacies, which equates to $5. Because I've checked the stuff out. Each time you go to your ATM, you pull the money out from American banks and whatnot, it's $5. Here is say 200 dolasis or some change, but it equates to $5 on your thing. So the stuff adds up pretty quick. So the money is a lot in your hands, but it goes quickly if you don't know what it is you want. And even if you do know what you want, you can go to a store and think you got a little bit less or something like that. You don't spend like 600 and something dollars in delaxes. It says, is the Gambian requiring the infection to enter? Nope, it's sure not. All right, so that's why this place becomes a place of garrison. So from here over to Mali, it says, blessed is he who enlarges the tents of Gad. That means Gad in Senegal is going to go into Mali. When it says he's going to enlarge the tents of Gad, meaning what? He is going to erect the house of the Father. It's going to become the place of safety, right? It's gonna be the only place of safety in the world. There ain't gonna be no other place of safety but self here in that place, right? When they try to do mandatory or they try to do infections inside of schools, the Gambians got up, came up with their tools, and went to the schools like, you gonna do what? You expect you what for my children? The Gambians here fought. Why? Because the Gambians are Gad. The tribe of Gad is the soldiers to King David. They're his army. That's why the people supposed to show up here in Gad. Why? Because our army is being raised up, right? That's what this is. All right, so I want to salute everybody. Thank you for tuning in to Truth Colors. Hopefully, this has been very, I want to say, informational. That you send this video out to your people. Let them know what's going on. Let them know that the Father's already chosen the King, and I am it. Whether people want to believe it or not, doesn't really matter. But I'm actually showing forth the stuff with bringing out the information. Said the Spirit of Truth will lead you into all truth. The Spirit of Truth will tell you of things to come. Then we just talked about a lot of stuff to come. Then we just do that, Jazz.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat yourself, my king? I'm sorry, I missed part of that.
Okay, you kind of came in and out.
Yes, I had. Yeah, I missed part of what you said because it buffered on my end.
Okay. All right. They said the Spirit of Truth. Hold on, it's buffering on my end too. But y'all can look that up because it's about to be crazy right now. Spirit of Truth will tell you of things to come. Boom. You're welcome, Nuani. All right. So when the Spirit of Truth comes,
Yes.
John 16:13. Look at this. I still have much to tell you, but you cannot bear to hear it. Meaning what? The disciples can't even understand what's about to come out of his mouth. However, when the Spirit of truth comes, he will guide you. So if the Messiah is right here with his disciples, that means the Spirit of truth has to be a person too, who's going to be also with his disciples. So he's speaking to two people, speaking to two folds, right? One fold, but it's like you have to understand what he's saying. I still have much to tell you. Is a person literally telling them, but you cannot bear to hear it. However, when the Spirit of truth comes, he will guide you. Now, how many people know they have a guide, right? It ain't gonna be, so since the world's gonna be trusting in spirit guides, the Father's gonna have a natural guide. See what I'm saying? The world talks about, hey, it's a spiritual guide. So the Father's gonna do opposite of what the world does. He's gonna be what? He's like, all right, well, I'm gonna have you a natural guide, a person you can really see, okay? Who will guide you into all truth. Watch this. For he will not speak on his own. To be speaking means he has to have a mouth. Someone you can actually see. For he will not speak on his own, but he will speak what he hears. Now, when has the Father ever spoke what he hears? Never, right? The Father gives you what to say. Not you tell him what to say. So the Holy Spirit, which is the Spirit of truth, cannot be the Father. And he will declare to you what is to come. He will glorify me by taking from what is mine and disclosing it to you. Meaning what? Showing it to you. And the Spirit of Yah will rest on him. The Spirit of wisdom and understanding. The Spirit of counsel, strength, the Spirit of knowledge, and the fear of Yah. Remember, the Spirit of Yah is resting on him. The Spirit of truth, the world cannot receive him because it neither sees him nor knows him. If it says it neither sees him, that means you can actually visibly see him. Meaning what? You'll see him but can't see him. You'll hear him but can't hear him. If it said the Spirit of truth, the world cannot receive him. Just like the Son of Man came into the earth, just like the Word came into the flesh, right? It says, I come in my Father's name and you don't receive me. It's the same thing has been said with the Spirit of truth. The Spirit of truth, the world cannot. It is impossible for the world to receive the Spirit of truth. So if it's impossible for the world to receive the Spirit of truth, how in the world did they give you the gospel from the church? I'll wait. How can I give you the gospel from the church if the world cannot receive the Spirit of truth? How can I give you how can I bring forth salvation if the world cannot receive the Spirit of truth? How? How can they tell you what the truth is when they can't receive the truth? You can't handle the truth. And it's literally the truth. They cannot handle the truth. Because it neither sees him nor knows him. That means a person you know, that means you can actually see them. Jazz can say, oh man, I'm knowing the king. I'm starting to know him. Can you know something without really seeing it?
Not really. Not really, King.
So can someone say that they know me if they have not seen me, really? Well, I know him, as I've never really seen him, but, I know him, though.
That's silly.
Don't make sense, right? That's like a person saying, like, well, man, Jay-Z, man, yeah, man, his entourage, man, like, I know him. But has he seen you? Nah, I never, like, been in his, been around him, but I know him. You mean you know of him? Nah, I know him. Like, we close. How you gonna be close to him if you never been around him? Do you see how that makes sense? So the way it's talking here, the Messiah is putting out the way that this person is going to be amongst you. Look, because it neither sees him, letting you know he's going to be visible, nor know him when they what? When they see him. And then when they hear him, they're going to reject what he got to say from his mouth. How many times I've been blocked on Facebook? What about YouTube? How many times I done went off on my live on here right now? How many times they done cut it off? How many times? They will not receive it, right? So it's not going to be the number one thing that's going to be put out there. They're going to be the number one thing they're going to try to come against. Oh, okay. All right. But you do know him. But watch this. But you do know him, for he abides with you and will. This is a future sense. Will be in you. Because the baptism of fire, you will be baptized with fire and with the Holy Spirit. Just like the word is in you. It says what? No one would have to say, know him. Why? Because you will know him, because it will be in your mouth. The word will be in your mouth. That is what? The word of salvation. The Father said he's going to write, watch this, where he's going to write where he's going to write, he's going to write his. Yep, about the sixth time right there. Cut me off.
Yep, they just keep playing with the Stream King. They just keep on playing with it, seeing if they can like somehow knock it off.
But you do know him, for he abides with you and will be in you. It's the same exact thing, right? But the advocate, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, will teach you, our literal teacher, all things, and remind you of everything I have told you. He's going to bring it out, right? So with that, we're going to get up out of here because I got food to eat. Look, if you say to this mountain, be thou removed, you know what I'm saying? It's going to remove from its place. So it's a lot of good things that's popping off right now. I love the Father for what he's doing. That he has made me the king over all of his people. Now, this is where people understand that. Now, the ones who are not the elect will not understand that. But the ones who are the elect will understand that. And except those days should be shortened, which is now, there should be no flesh saved. You understand? They're not planning on letting you live. They're trying to kill as much flesh as they can. But for the elect's sake, for the chosen sake, those days shall be shortened. Right? Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and hit this intro actually outro. Remember, truth is not biased. It's absolute. King out. It's time to go eat.
Yes, my king.
It's time to go eat, right?
Yeah, so we are here at Truth Colors today, and today I blew my brother Yasha's mind, by telling him something that he didn't even know about, You see, the Father works in amazing ways. Yasha has had, see the background that I have right here? It has many colors. It's the Truth Colors background. So Yasha has had it since he started his YouTube channel. So me in the process of doing reading my stuff and all that, I've read about the coat of many colors. The father, all the patriarchs in the Bible used to have that coat. It goes down from Adam all the way till Joseph, and during the period of Joseph is when the coat kind of disappeared, but it was the coat of many colors. The same thing is what my brother Yasha here has, Truth Colors. So you guys need to know that where all the colors for the truth are is where the Father dwells. So this guy has the truth and it's a bomb. If you guys are still double-minded, it's for your own doom. Check him out. Always listen to his words. The Father says you listen to what he tells you. You don't look at what he's doing. Listen to what he's telling you. If you follow the instructions, boom, you'll be saved. If you look at Adam and Eve, they didn't follow the instructions. The Father gave them the instructions. They went away from it. They did their own thing. They leaned onto their own understanding. But right now, he's speaking to all of us through Yasha. So we're supposed to listen to what Yasha is telling us. Truth Colors. That's where the truth is. The way, the truth, and the lie. Yeah, my boy.
Yeah. Appreciate it, fam. Appreciate it, fam. I do.
All right. You gonna cut it?
Yeah. All right, fam. Thank you for subscribing and supporting my Patreon channel, where the truth is not biased. It's absolute. I dedicate this channel through Nzambi Zulu to the awakening of my people and discovering who they truly are, to bring out information and revelation that they may not see anywhere else. And as we embark on this journey together, feel free to shop with us. OBYU, featuring our brand, Goshen Black. You can also purchase new truth music from me, your boy Heart of Song, aka Music, featuring Etana, Nzambi, JG, The Messenger, and other great artists on CD Baby and iTunes. It's time to awaken to the truth and power. Aren't you tired of being lied to? Truth speaks. Truth awakens. Truth colors.
Other Psalms.
Revelations. And the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, if any man worship the beast in his image, and receive his mark into his forehead or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of Elohim, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation. And he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment ascendeth up forever and ever. And they have no rest day nor night, who worship the beast in his image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. Satan cast into the lake of fire. And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are, and they shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. The great white throne. And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat on it, from whose face the earth and the heaven fled away, and there was found no place for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before Elohim, and the books were open, and another book was opened, which was in the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books, according to their works. And the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them. And they were judged, every man according to their works, and death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death, and whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. But I will tell you what will happen to cowards and to everyone who is unfaithful or dirty-minded or who murders or is sexually immoral or uses witchcraft or worships idols or tell lies. They will be thrown into that lake of fire and burning